Vaikuntha planets where the mood isn't so
It's qualified.
sweet.
It's not that it's not so sweet. You have to remember that each jiva soul has minute independence. Krishna has given them that. Mm-hmm. So in the Vaikuntha planets, where Lord Vishnu predominates, and Lord Vishnu existing in his four-handed form with helmet, and Mahaprabhu has given a very detailed ontology to Sanatana Goswami, where the position of the different chakra.
There's 24 different.
Yeah, that has to do with the particular mood of the devotees who are worshiping Lord Vishnu in that particular mood. But their mentality, if you can call it that, their flavor, you can say, is qualified that I am here serving Lord Vishnu. He is God. They know he is God. It is qualified love. It's not that it's contaminated, because he is God. It's reality. But their predominating mood is that they want to be in that relationship with the Supreme, like that. But in Goloka Vrindavan, that mood is different. That mood is totally different, because their only business is exchanging love with Krishna. However, as we'll see when we talk about Govardhan Leela later on, still they know that Krishna is their protector. You see, so still they know that Krishna is their protector. Even though... What are we doing?
We're switching... you don't have to hold it up.
So we're discussing this ideal of Mother Yashoda and how she could leave Krishna's side in order to take care of the milk, which she is preparing to make something for Krishna so that he won't be a naughty boy and go out and steal yogurt.
In 1991, I took a class in Brihad Bhagavatamrita from Bhakti Charu Swami in Vrindavan. And we were talking a little bit yesterday about Ramcharitamanas of Tulsidas, and I was thinking of this, but I didn't say it. But Bhakti Charu Swami was explaining in class that this Vatsalya Rasa, where the devotee becomes Krishna's shelter, is only revealed in Krishna's pastimes. And I asked him, but we all know the famous song of Lord Rama and how he's trying to walk and he's struggling to walk and how cute he is as a baby. And I said, what about that song? Isn't that a Vatsalya Rasa song? And he said, yes, it is, but it's not from Valmiki. It's from the Hindi Ramayana by Tulsidas, and that he came after Lord Chaitanya had revealed the mood of Vrindavan, and he mixed this Vatsalya mood into his description of Ram Leela.
It's a literature. It is a literature that he wrote.
Yeah.
And we studied some of that when I was at Berkeley. But the understanding that we have in our Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition is that there is friendship in Vaikuntha. But it's not the same friendship as Krishna has like with Subal. Wow. It's a different quality of friendship, maybe like Arjuna's friendship with Krishna. But up to that stage, there's friendship. But there's a different quality of friendship in Goloka Vrindavan. And you could say that there is certainly some type of Leela where Krishna is married to the Lakshmis, that there is also that kind of love on that level, but it's not the same level or quality of love that Krishna has with the gopis and with Srimati Radharani. It's of a different nature. So you can't say that it stops here, because all the different levels of love that exist in Goloka Vrindavan, they have the capacity to exist within the realm of Lord Vishnu as well. But they don't have that unique ecstatic quality. So we've heard, for example, that, Satchidananda, we've heard that the realization of the Brahmabhuta.
It's turned off again.
We've heard that
Is it out of batteries? Maybe you can use a different one.
This is being broadcast, yeah. So that's fine. So people are hearing.
Achha. So what I mean to say is,
Put it on your head.
Then on it.
like this is okay.
No,
Can you hear?
This is a directional.
Oh. I feel like different. Okay. So the different levels of Leela that exist. So first, Sat. Sat is the Brahmajyoti. Now, Brahmajyoti is pure spiritual energy.
We're getting feedback.
You hear? Yeah. Brahmajyoti is pure spiritual energy. And that energy, if you study, what to speak of having experience, but if you study when Arjuna, no one less than Arjuna, was taken in hand by Krishna across the Brahmajyoti to take him into Vaikuntha, Arjuna was afraid in the Brahmajyoti. Arjuna was fearful in the Brahmajyoti.
The horses didn't want to go also at first.
This Brahmajyoti, it is, like you hear of people almost dying, they say, oh, I saw the light, and this and that. That light is some other light. You understand? This light, the actual effulgent, transcendental, infinite, eternal energy emanating from the transcendental body of the personality of Godhead, that energy for the jiva soul to be within is fearful. And I might add that if you study Brahma Samhita, you'll see that the jiva souls who are not in relationship with Krishna, they're existing within that Brahmajyoti as well as little sparks. So it's not a place of shelter, you can say. It's not a place of shelter. Were it a place of shelter, I could only speculate that the jiva souls might like to stay there rather than come into the next creation. You understand? When Lord Vishnu creates the universe as Mahavishnu. But they leave that Brahmajyoti. They leave that shelter in order to come back to the material world where they can take various forms to exploit the material energy. So eternality, Sat, that is existing within the Brahmajyoti. And it is not existing in any other light that is defined by near-death experiences. That is a different light. And then beyond that, there is Lord Vishnu. And Lord Vishnu is God. He is like Krishna in Brahma Samhita. Krishna, the original candle, has lit so many other candles, expansions of himself. He has that capacity without any difficulty to expand himself. He is God. But all of the qualities of ecstasy are not existing within Lord Vishnu even. Only within Krishna. That is the Ananda feature of the personality of Godhead. So we have eternality. We have the knowledgeable aspect of God, Chit, which is God as existing primordially, the creator of everything, the maintainer of everything, and who can give relationship to us also. But then beyond that is Krishna. And Krishna, unique in that regard, because he is the ecstatic reservoir of pleasure. And we saw this when we were young bhaktas, Krishna, the reservoir of pleasure. And we said, oh, that's very nice. But he is the reservoir of pleasure. And what I'll talk about later this morning during my talk is about how Mahaprabhu has given us that and how it fits in to our life through Mahaprabhu.
And we can see it in the Srimad Bhagavatam. I'm participating in a group where we're reading 21 pages a day. We started in the first canto, part 1, and we're still on chapter 12, the birth of Emperor Parikshit. But we've seen in the prayers of Queen Kunti and in the prayers of Bhishma Dev and in the prayers of the ladies on the palace in Hastinapur and the description by Sutta Goswami of Krishna coming into Dwarka, there's a mention of the Brijbasis in each of them in their prayers. Like Queen Kunti, she's talking about Mother Yashoda binding Krishna, and she's saying how amazing this is that Krishna, who's the whole universe and can't be bound. We just before you arrived, we read a verse about how Krishna has no inside or outside. He's existing in all phases of time. For him, past, present, and future are the same. So how is it that he can be bound by the love of Mother Yashoda. So Queen Kunti is praying like that in the first canto. And then Bhishma Dev also, before he leaves and he offers his prayers, he remembers the gopis and how and the ladies in Hastinapur. They're mainly talking about how fortunate the wives of Krishna are in Dwarka, but they also mention the gopis, Krishna's beloved gopis in Vrindavan, that this is special. And when I was in Los Angeles Rath Yatra this year, Giriraj Swami was talking about how it is that Krishna is the same Krishna, but he has these extra qualities, these 4 qualities that Vishnu doesn't have, the specially sweet devotees, and specially sweet pastimes, and specially beautiful form. Even though his form as Vishnu is unlimitedly beautiful, his form as Krishna is especially described as beautiful. And he gave and the flute. He carries a flute, which is the other 4th quality. And he said that he gave the example of the Prime Minister Gladstone in Victorian England. He was in the office, and some man had come, some important man come on some important business, and the secretary said, "You have to wait for him. He's too busy. He can't see you inside." And then the man was waiting for a long time, and the secretary had stepped away from the desk, and he said, "I want to peek into the room and see what Gladstone is doing. That's so important that he can't see me on my official business." And he peeked into the room, and Gladstone was on his hands and knees on the floor with his grandson riding on his back, and he was being like a horse. And Giriraj Swami said that Srila Prabhupada explained that when Krishna becomes the Purusha avatars to create the material universes and to enter into them and run them, and when he, and even when he's in Vaikuntha, accepting the worship of all these different devotees who are aware of his existence as God, that's like the businessman or the prime minister. He's going to work, and everyone says, "Yes, sir, Mr. Prime Minister," and they treat him with a certain formality. But the same man, when he goes home, in his family, his wife says, "Honey, did you remember to get the milk? I told you we needed extra milk." And his kids say, "Daddy, Daddy, what did you bring me?" And they run up to him, and they don't say, "Mr. Prime Minister, sir." And he said that's when Krishna goes home, when Krishna is in his natural element with his more intimate devotees, where he can really relax and stop being in some official capacity, that's Krishna in his pastimes in Vrindavan.
One thing is interesting. I was very friendly with Govinda Maharaj, and he used to share this story with us from his Srila Sridhar Maharaj, very elevated Vaishnava and very dear friend of Srila Prabhupada. And he said that even Krishna, when he's speaking Bhagavad Gita, at the end, when he says, "Sarvadharman parityaja, mam ekam sharanam braja," that Vraja, when he said that, he said, "Enough already of this," because it brought him back to his memory. Srila Sridhar Maharaj said it brought him back to the memory of Vrindavan. And he said, "Enough of this. Now, Arjuna, you can do what you like, fight or not fight." You understand? So this Krishna also, even though we think of Krishna as being the supreme enjoyer, he also is a person, and he also, he has likes, and you can say dislikes, but his likes is Goloka Vrindavan. He also likes that intimacy of relationship with his pure servitors. He also is attracted to that, as he is attracted to Srimati Radharani, Madan Mohan Mohani. So in this way, we can understand something of the personality of Krishna. He is a person. He is not just a monolith like 2001 that you see and you say, "Oh, this is God." He is a person with his own divine feelings and likes and preferences. And he also has gratitude, because when he says to Uddhava, and he sends Uddhava to Vrindavan, and when he sees the gopis, and he says to them, "You must know, my dear gopis, that I cannot repay your quality of devotion, that your devotion itself is the reward because of the ecstasy that Krishna is exchanging with them. And they know it. But still, their feeling of separation and love and separation has no bounds. And so they're always desirous of having relationship with Krishna in that way. But Krishna also has gratitude. And gratitude is one of the great qualities of life. That if we can, Mahaprabhu, when he says that you should give honor to others and respect God within them like that, there's a sense of gratitude that this is not ours to enjoy or exploit, but this is all for Krishna, this creation. And all the jiva souls have that capacity.
When you were saying that Krishna enjoys his relationships with his devotees, I was thinking about how when he was lifting Govardhan Hill for 7 days, all the Brijbasis, they were looking at his smiling face, and they didn't feel any hunger or tired, fatigue or anything
Didn't
for
have
7
to go
days.
to the bathroom.
Right. And similarly, Krishna also, he didn't feel any hunger or fatigue because he was looking at the gopis and exchanging special. He was 8 years old, and he was just developing. They were just, he was starting to exchange this special secret glances with the gopi girls.
And he is naturally the protector of everyone.
Yeah.
It's interesting because on Govardhan Puj Day, I mean, one of our realizations is that when Indra is throwing down all this rain onto Vrindavan and everything is threatened, why do they go to Krishna? You know, the question is, why don't they go to Nanda Maharaj? After all, he's the big cheese there. Mm-hmm. He's the chief amongst all the cowherdsmen. They go to Krishna. And they go to Krishna spontaneously. It's not like there's a second thought, oh, should I go to Krishna or should I go somewhere else?
Gargamuni said that he will protect us when...
Yeah, no. They go to Krishna because he is naturally the protector of the devotee. And that's one of the secret, intimate understandings of Govardhan Puj, that Krishna is our protector. Even if he's playing like a little boy, 5 years old, he still is our protector. And they go to him, Krishna, save us. So even though he is acting in the role, you can say, of these different rasas with the different devotees, and with the cows even, still he is everyone's protector. And this is very important understanding from the Govardhan Leela.
So let me read something, because we're going to talk about Govardhan Leela later, but this whole month is the month of Damodar. And yesterday was Diwali, which is the day that this Damodar pastime happened, when Mother Yashoda ran and caught Krishna from behind and was eventually able to bind him with rope. And I brought this book. Some of you may have seen this or have this. If you get the whole bookcase, the complete package over there, you see the bookcase, you get the case and all the books, all of Srila Prabhupada's books and other books, cookbooks, and a Gaurnitai deities, and a little kit to how to worship Krishna at home, japa beads and everything. And you also get this book, which is Sharartha Darshani. It's it's a translation of the commentary of the 10th canto of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, one of the great acharyas in our line, and Bhanu Swami and Mahanidhi Swami put together this nice translation. And I was reading this morning, and I thought we would read. We already discussed this verse and Prabhupada's purport to this verse, chapter 9, verse 13 through 14. And Nachantar nabahir yasya na purvam napi chaparam purvaparang bahischantar jagato yo jagatchayaha tang matvatmajam avyaktang martyalingam adhokshajam gopiko lukhale damna babandha prakriting yatha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has no beginning and no end, no exterior and no interior, no front and no rear. In other words, he is all-pervading, because he is not under the influence of the element of time, For him there is no difference between past, present, and future. He exists in his own transcendental form at all times. Being absolute, beyond relativity, he is free from distinctions between cause and effect, although he is the cause and effect of everything. That unmanifested person, who is beyond the perception of the senses, had now appeared as a human child, and Mother Yashoda considered him her own ordinary child. Considering him such, she bound him to the wooden mortar with a rope. And the Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's comments are, with the ropes of her intense prema, Yashoda tied up Krishna, the all-pervading Lord, who binds up everyone, from Brahma to the blade of grass, with the modes of material nature. The verse is spoken with this intention. Limited objects can be bound by surrounding them on the outside. But where can one tie the rope on he who is greater than the greatest and who has no inside or outside? The verse establishes that Krishna pervades all space and time as well. Krishna cannot be limited by past, present, and future. The unlimited can bind the limited, but in this case it was the opposite. The entire universe, which is created by his power, cannot bind Krishna. Then what to speak of an insignificant rope within that universe? One cannot say that a little boy cannot bind up the universe, because Yashoda saw the entire cosmic manifestation within his mouth. How then could Yashoda bind him? The answer is given. Krishna was bound by the uncommon motherly love of Yashoda, who thought of him as her son, Matva Atmajam. Though Krishna is all-powerful by his inconceivable energy, he allows himself to be controlled by love and bound by his beloveds. Krishna is called Avyaktam, unmanifested, because under the control of love, he conceals his powers and appears like a human being, Martyalingam, even though he is beyond material sense perception, Adhokshajam. The power of Yashoda's love bound up the Lord, who is the aggregate of all consciousness, just as one binds an ordinary child, Prakritam.
And in Bhagavad Gita also, where Krishna revealing his Vishvarupa form, and that Vishvarupa form is so terrible. Thousands, millions of heads, and the soldiers all going into the mouth of that form and being gnashed up before the battle even took place. That form is not worshipable, you see. That form is a very terrible form. And then Krishna revealed to him to Arjuna his four-handed form. And then finally his original form. Also Arjuna, out of love, Krishna revealed himself to Arjuna as Lord Vishnu with his four-handed form, and finally Krishna with his two-handed form. This is also a loving relationship between Krishna and Arjuna. Much like you can say the love of Krishna is infinite, and everyone has capability to love Krishna. Srila Prabhupada used to say that, Suridam Sarvabhutanam, Bhoktaram Jagya Tapasam Sarva Loka Maheshwaram, Suridam Sarvabhutanam. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that I am the dearmost friend of every living being. And, Srila Prabhupada would qualify that. He would say, you may be a friend or a well-wisher, you could say, of a small handful of people, your family maybe a few people but every living being. And now you start to calculate, just like when, we watch these shows on TV about astronomy, and they show the different galaxies that are out there in space, and how these galaxies can run into each other and merge and destroy each other. And within this one universe, there are so many galaxies. And of all these galaxies within this one universe, Krishna, like pores of sweat, has created these in an unlimited way from a spark of his splendor. You cannot even imagine the unlimited capacity of Krishna. That kind of person we cannot even imagine. However, his capacity to be our friend, to interact with us and to love us and to exchange love with us, every living being, And what to speak of the living beings in this world, which mind-boggling even to count all the insects and the microbes in a square foot of dirt even. You see? The number of jiva souls in the spiritual world are 75% more than the jiva souls within all these material universes. He has relationship
300% more,
each
right?
and every being.
They're 75% of the whole, so they're 3 times more.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's so many jiva souls. Krishna has expanded himself. Every single living being Krishna has relationship with. And that's why when you see other people, then you never should feel any envy. You never should feel bad toward them. You should feel only good toward them. You see, this is Mahaprabhu's mission. One of his ways to teach us. You want to chant the holy name constantly. You want it to resonate within you all the time. Kirtaniya Sadahari. One of the things you have to do, you give all honor and respect to others. And don't expect any respect for yourself. Don't think about yourself. Think about the welfare of others and think about Krishna. Because if you think about yourself, then you will place yourself as the center, and then there will be I and them. You see? And that will be barrier to your understanding of how to give honor to others. You're giving honor to others, amanina manadena, not because they are so honorable even, but because they are part and parcel of Krishna. And if you can see that, Gavi, Suni, Chaiva, Svapache, as Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, if you can see every living creature through knowledge, hopefully through realization, but at least through knowledge, that every living creature is part and parcel of Krishna, and every living creature has carried alongside them Paramatma, the expansion of God with them. The Christians call it the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. That is the same. That is the same. If you can see that, then your life will be purified more so that you can remember God.
Let me continue on reading.
Yes.
When Mother Yashoda was trying to bind the offending child, she saw that the binding rope was short by a distance of the width of 2 fingers. Thus she brought another rope to join to it. Purport by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Though Yashoda could bind her child by love, and though the size of her lap was small, still the small form of the boy was all-powerful. This is shown in 3 verses. Krishna was thinking, I cannot be bound up because I must do my daily duties of stealing yogurt and playing with my friends. Krishna's Vibhuti Shakti, the power to show or reveal his opulence, inspired by his Satya Sankalpa Shakti, the power to fulfill each and every desire of the Lord, suddenly entered into his body at that time. Thus, the rope remained 2 fingers too short, no matter how many ropes Yashoda tied together. Text 16. This new rope was also short by a measurement of 2 fingers, and when another rope was joined to it, it was still 2 fingers too short. As many ropes as she joined, all of them failed. Their shortness could not be overcome. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, Bandhanam means the rope for binding Krishna. Whatever ropes Yashoda joined were 2 fingers short. Text 17. Thus, Mother Yashoda joined whatever ropes were available in the household, but still she failed in her attempt to bind Krishna. Mother Yashoda's friends, the elderly gopis in the neighborhood, were smiling and enjoying the fun. Similarly, Mother Yashoda, although laboring in that way, was also smiling. All of them were struck with wonder. Purport. All the elderly gopis in the neighborhood were laughing. Gopinang susmayanti nam. In her astonishment, Vismita, Yashoda thought, a rope of 100 hastas, 150 feet, does not fit around my son's waist, which measures only 1 fist. His small waist is not getting any bigger, and the rope is certainly not getting any shorter, but still the rope does not reach around him. This is the first amazing thing. Furthermore, when I tie the ropes together, each time it is 2 fingers short, not 3 or 4 fingers. That is the second amazing thing. Text 18. Because of Mother Yashoda's hard labor, her whole body became covered with perspiration, and the flowers and comb were falling from her hair. When child Krishna saw his mother thus fatigued, he became merciful to her and agreed to be bound. Purport. As you cannot bind Krishna, even with all the ropes in the house, then it must be concluded that it is his good fortune that it should not be. Listen, Yashoda, give up this attempt. Though the village women advised in this way, Yashoda was determined. Even if evening comes, and I tie together all the ropes in the whole village, I must find out just once the extent of my son's waist. Yashoda wanted to teach a lesson to her son. In her persistence, she would not give up her attempt to bind the Lord. In the competition between Krishna and his devotee, the devotee's determination always prevails. Thus, seeing his mother's fatigue, Lord Krishna gave up his own persistence, became merciful, and allowed himself to be tied. This reminds us also of how he broke his own promise to fulfill the promise of Bhishma Dev. And
also, we can see also in his relationship with the gopis that when the gopis would feel pride and they would feel like they were possessing Krishna, he would disappear. And he would throw them into feeling of separation. So this is, you get to understand Krishna's personality and how he is as a person. He's not a monolithic stone. He is a person with his own personality and his own style. And you can see that that style is always charming, always beautiful, and always attractive. We get to understand something of God the person.
Krishna's mercy, which reigns as the king of all his potencies and illuminates all others, melts the heart of the Lord and turns it into butter. The appearance of Krishna's mercy made his Satya Sankalpa and Vibhuti Shaktis immediately disappear. The distance of 2 fingers was filled by the devotee's effort and hard work, Parishramang, and the Lord's causeless mercy, Krishna Kripa. The Bhakta Nishta, firm faith of the devotee, seen in his tireless endeavors to serve and worship the Lord, and the Svanishta, the steady quality in the Lord, which brings forth his mercy upon seeing the devotee's effort and fatigue, caused Krishna to be bound. In the absence of these two, the rope will remain 2 fingers too short. But when Bhakta Nishta and Svanishta are present, the Lord can be bound. In this pastime, Krishna showed Yashoda and the whole world that only love can bind the Supreme Lord. Damodar Vangshidhari was talking about this yesterday in class, about how the 2 fingers represent the devotee's determination, Krishna's mercy on the devotee when he sees the determination. Sometimes devotees tell me they're finding it very hard to, practice all the regulative principles and chant their rounds every day, and they're feeling like, why is Krishna making it so hard? But he wants to see our determination. He wants to purify us of all our unwanted things. And then when we become completely determined and he sees, so it's worth it to see, like he saw Mother Yashoda's flowers fell from her hair and she was perspiring, and then he said, all right, I'll be bound by her. So similarly, we should be determined to follow all the instructions of the spiritual master and practice Krishna consciousness and try to avoid all the offenses while we're chanting. And then eventually we should know that Krishna's he's not a sadist. He doesn't want to torture us. He wants to purify us so that we can actually enter into the association of his family and all his devotees, and be able to actually, this pure devotional service, which can actually bind Krishna. It's the only thing that can attract Krishna. It's the only thing that can control Krishna, and it's very, very rare. Rupa Goswami teaches us these are some of the qualities of pure devotional service, It surpasses liberation. It immediately extinguishes all material distress. And it's the source of all auspiciousness, and it's the only thing that attracts Krishna. So Krishna doesn't give himself so cheaply to just anyone and everyone. He wants to see that it won't be misused by someone who still has some material.
The conditioned souls, if they're serious about spiritual life, they must surrender to a bona fide Vaishnavacharya. They must have a spiritual master. You can't be your own spiritual master. As much as you would think that, I have so much knowledge, I can understand Bhagavad Gita, or I can understand this or that. We are here in the material world, and we have deceived ourselves, first of all, to be here in the first place. We have deceived ourselves into thinking that we are the center, and we are the enjoyer. And we're trying to exploit material nature to achieve that. Then enter religiosity. So religion comes to us. And when religion will come to us, we will think, now I am safe within this material world. But you are not safe within the material world. Everyone's still growing old, dying, and then having to take another birth, you see. Until the realization comes that I don't know what is best for myself, that I need help. That is acceptance of a spiritual master. Then you have a beacon, you can say. You have a beacon before you, that gold standard of activity, gold standard of thought process, gold standard of thinking, feeling, and willing, like that. You can relate your present situation, but then you have to take the higher advice. And in the Bhagavad Gita, there's one purport where Srila Prabhupada says that, how do you deal with the mind? Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he said to his disciples, he said, you deal with the mind by beating it with a shoe 100 times in the morning and 100 times in the evening. You beat it with a shoe. In other words, the mind will only deceive you because, after all, the mind is external. It is part of the material energy. And transcendental consciousness exists beyond the mind. And that's Krishna consciousness ultimately. So if we can look to the instructions of the spiritual master as the standard, the beacon, you see, even if you may fall off a little bit this way, fall off a little bit that way, we don't know anybody who hasn't. We still know what is the path. And we get back onto the path. And that is what we need to really practice in our lifetime, in this lifetime, is to stay on that path with the light of our Gurudev. His instruction, his recommendations, what to do. And Krishna himself, he says, Tadvidi Pranipatena. Krishna himself wants us to accept spiritual master like that. You know, in Islam, which I've read Quran, in Islam, Allah will say, what is there need for any second party to help you? I shall help you. But in Vaishnavism, Krishna has said different. Krishna has said, yes, I shall help you. I am within your heart. I am outside also. And I am also outside as Gurudev. So God's mercy exists outside us also as Gurudev. One should not think that the Guru, genuine Guru, is something less than Krishna's mercy. You see? That is his manifestation. We need that help. And Krishna advises us also. Ultimately, it will be Krishna. But in this world, we need that help. And we must take it.
Gurudev and also all of the Vaishnavas.
Vaishnavas, yes.
It's more personal. Krishna says that if you say you're my devotee, you're not my devotee. But my devotee is the devotee of my devotees. And then, of course, you have to accept the Gurudev. It's not simply mechanical, but at least that much faith has to be there that you will carry out the orders of the Gurudev. And then feeling will come. It's not simply mechanical, I'm obeying some master. But that much faith has to be there, that one has to say, from this day forward, I will do whatever you require of me, and you accept that person in that way, and whatever you order me.
You know, when I was in South Africa first in the early 1970s, and now there's a big movement in South Africa. It was very slow at first, I can tell you. And I was always worried, what will I leave behind here? Because my visa, 3 months, and they're throwing out, people who are, they don't understand it was apartheid. And you would have to leave every 3 months and go, and sometimes I'd have to get a new passport also that didn't show so many stamps. So I'd go up to England sometimes, or France, other places, Rhodesia, like that, Botswana, anywhere to get out of the country to come back. It's not like that now, but it was then. So one time I was with Srila Prabhupada in Europe, and I asked him, I said, Srila Prabhupada, sometimes I'm giving lecture, I'm going somewhere, and like there may be only one person, two persons. Should I preach or should I just study the books? He said, no, you preach. He said, even if no one is there, you will be benefited, like this. So this was Srila Prabhupada's recommendation, that what we have taken in, what little realizations we have, we must express them, because we are not the doer. What is coming out, that is also coming out by Krishna's grace. If we will hear it, because we are only passenger in this car, kshetarajna, we are only passenger in this car, then if we will hear it, then we also will be benefited, like this. So there should be no illusion what Srila Prabhupada's recommendation is, that this Shravanam Kirtanam, hearing and chanting, it must go on, because it is the vital aspect of devotional service, of bhakti yoga, that hearing and chanting is the foundation.
So let's read the next verse, number 19. This is Shukadev Goswami speaking. O Maharaj Parikshit, this entire universe with its great exalted demigods like Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, Lord Indra, is under the control of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet, the Supreme Lord has one transcendental attribute. He comes under the control of his devotees. This was now exhibited by Krishna in this pastime. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, though Krishna possesses all possible powers, he is bound and controlled by prema. This bondage, however, being the most astonishing attribute of the Lord, is not a fault, but a beautiful transcendental ornament in Krishna's personality.
He submits himself to his devotee, reciprocation. Creator of all the universes, unbelievable. He submits himself to have relationship with the devotees.
Hare
That
Krishna,
is incredible.
welcome. By his very nature, Krishna is self-satisfied, Atma Rama. Yet he suffers from hunger. He is Aptakama, automatically fulfills all of his desires. Yet he is dissatisfied and desirous of prema. Although Krishna is the personification of peace and pure goodness, he becomes angry. Krishna is the master of the goddess of fortune, yet he steals butter like a beggar. Though Krishna instills fear in all through time and death, he flees in fear of Yashoda's stick. Though Krishna travels at the speed of mind, he is easily caught by the firm grip of his mother. Though Krishna is condensed bliss, Sandrananda, he cries in sorrow. Though Krishna is unlimited and all-pervading, he is limited by being tied up. In all these incidents, Krishna was directly revealing to Yashoda his innate quality of being controlled by his devotee. All of this cannot be explained as simply an act or imitation performed by Krishna, such explanations arise from ignorance and have no proof to support them. Realizing this quality of the Lord, Brahma, Shiva, and Sanat Kumara became truly astonished.
And this ye yata mam prapadyante tangs tataiva bhajamyam. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, as they surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. In other words, Krishna is reciprocating. People sometimes they might be envious. They say, "Oh, give to God this, give to God that," and you would say, "Well, what is God giving to me?" But you don't know what God has to give you. He is reciprocating with you. You see, don't misunderstand God as being some type of autocratic tyrant who has nothing to give, he's only taking. Some people, they have this idea of God, he's like sitting on a throne, like some type of British kingdom. And people coming, oh, here's gift there, here's gift there. It's not like that at all. It is not like that at all. Even when you offer food to Krishna, and you're saying, I am offering out of love, Krishna, this food, he is giving it back to you as prasadam. Even in that simple act, he's not taking it. He's consuming it and giving it back to you as his prasadam. So in this way, what Prabhu is saying here is so vitally important to understand. Krishna is a person, and Krishna has a personality. Now you want to understand Krishna's personality, and you study like this.
And this is one aspect of his personality that's very special, is that he's Bhakta Vatsala. That even though he says that he's neutral to everyone, then for his devotee, his neutrality is expressed by him being controlled by his devotee. And for the demons, his neutrality is expressed by neglecting them. Or
Bhagavad Gita, he expresses that too. Tesham evanu kampartam. Aham agyanajam tamaha nashyam yatma. So like this, Krishna says, out of my special dispensation for the devotee. This is one of the seed verses of Bhagavad Gita. Tesham evanu kampartam. Aham agyanajam tamaha. You want to know how ignorance is dispelled. Because we are hearing, you understand, we are hearing everything by the grace of Srila Prabhupada. He has translated these things. He has given them to us. He is nourishing his disciples and friends and well-wishers. You understand? But here is the reality. Who will get it? And this is who will get it. Tesham evanu kampartam. By his special mercy, Krishna says, Aham, I personally, Jnana agyana jam tamaha. He dispels, he destroys. Nashyam yatma. First person, I destroy that ignorance. Krishna does it. In other words, you're hearing these things from outside, but from within, Krishna knows your heart. He knows you better than you know yourself. And he from within, you can say he is judging us. Krishna is bringing us along. And he from within will destroy that ignorance. From within. So we say there is external guru and there is also internal guru. External guru we have, and internal guru we have also. Krishna is within our heart. He is watching us also. That's why it's so important that in your life, to the best of your capacity, and it may take many lifetimes, but the best of your capacity in this lifetime, you develop those spiritual character. You develop that spiritual character. Don't be waylaid. You watch so much on TV and the movies and this and that, and you see people, they're, youthful people, they're dressing up and going out and trying to enjoy and exploit their senses. That's not at all pleasing to God. And neither is it pleasing to you in the end. Because in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that what is like sweet in the beginning becomes like terrible poison in the end. And what may be some difficulty in the beginning becomes very sweet in the end. In other words, when you exploit your situation in this material world and try to get everything you can to satisfy and gratify your senses, in the beginning you may think, oh, this is very nice. But in the end, it becomes very, very bitter. and then you have to leave with all of these chains around your neck. You understand? Whereas if you make sacrifice in your lifetime, if you say, I have a beacon, I have a goal, my Gurudev, my friends, they are helping me, the scripture, it is helping me, and I will sacrifice for that. Krishna is seeing you at every single moment. He is seeing your quality of searching, how you are searching for Him. He is also watching. You understand? And yeyatamam prapadyante tangstataiva bhajamyam. As you surrender to Him, He will reward you accordingly. So
there's these tapes. I don't know if any of you have seen them, but one devotee, Siddhanta Das, has interviewed various devotees. Did he interview you also? Yeah. Interviewed devotees with to give their recollections of their association with Srila Prabhupada. And when he was interviewing Shyama Sundar, I don't know if any of you have met Shyama Sundar. I think he's here in the Bay Area now. He's come here. I've seen him here at the temple before. But he was telling he was friendly with the Beatle George Harrison, and George Harrison was some artist was making a portrait or a bust, a statue or something of him. And at the same time, this famous British artist, or I think it was a British artist, was making one of Queen Elizabeth also. So the artist told George, because he thought that George might be interested to know, that when Queen Elizabeth was sitting for her statue or her painting, she had Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita with her. She had been reading Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita, and she commented that Krishna's the controller of all the planets, Krishna's the enjoyer of all the sacrifices, and He's the dear, most intimate friend of all living entities. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if that were really true? So that was Queen Elizabeth II, the head of the Church of the Anglican Church of Christianity and so forth. That was her reaction. So George heard that and thought, Srila Prabhupada would be happy to hear that the Queen is reading his book. So when he met with Prabhupada, he told Srila Prabhupada, he related what had happened. And Shyama Sundar was there, and Prabhupada responded that what she doesn't understand, yes, it is really true, but friendship is a two-way street. Yeyatamam prapadyante. You can't just expect, God will just make everything nice for us. He's making everything for us, everything we got for us. But because we're ignoring Him, turning our back on Him, then we have to be in this mahatattva, in this covering of darkness, that we're not seeing Him present before. He's everywhere. He's in everything. He's, at every moment, Krishna's personally present. But we can't see Him, and we can't see His friendship and feel His friendship because He's reciprocating with our desires, and we're trying to assert ourselves under false ego, under this, we're trying to assert ourselves as independent and as enjoyers and controllers instead of Him. So this, as soon as we have this pure devotion, then Krishna reciprocates with that. As he says, Naparanyeham.
Sukritino and dushkritino. This is the key.
The pious.
That, like Christ, He says, you'll throw some seeds out, and some of them will take root in the ground, and some of them will be like on a rock, and they'll just be washed away. He tells the same way like that. Dushkritino and Sukritino, Krishna describes in Bhagavad Gita. Krishna describes in Bhagavad Gita. Who will take Him? Who will surrender to Him? Who will submit to Krishna? You have to have Sukritina. You have to have some piety. Your heart has to be a little bit softened. You see? And Dushkritino, Krishna says, Namam Dushkritino Mudaha Prapadyan, like this. They don't surrender to Him. So it is not simply the immediate option that you have, although it is, you can say, in one way. But it's what you have done over many, many, many lifetimes. Over many lifetimes you have had chance, transmigrating through various bodies. Now you come to human body. This human body is a great opportunity. If you pass it up, then you don't know what your next body will be. But this human body is a great, great opportunity. If you take this human form of life and you take this opportunity, then you become very much endeared to Krishna. This is piety. You see, we all have that option. You could say at every moment we have the option. People say, that they're practicing yoga. Nowadays they say, oh, I do yoga. They don't know what yoga is. Yoga is an instant to instant to instant, moment to moment practice. At each moment, the jiva soul, the conscious soul, who you are within this body, has the capacity to choose. You see? What will you choose at this moment? What will you choose at this moment? What will you choose at this moment? To think that yoga is just doing some stretching exercises and breathing to relax yourself is not yoga. Yoga is yoginam api sarvesham madgatein antaratmana. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, who is the best yogi? Someone who is meditating upon me within their heart. This is yoga. And this is Krishna's statement, you see. So we have that, you could say, we come to be re-inspired when we come into the association of devotees and to the temple, to chant, to hear. We have that capacity to take something with us, you see. And one thing we have to take with us all the time, every time. And this is what is so beautiful about Srila Prabhupada. I have met many Vaishnavas from India, older men who are in the line of Krishna consciousness. Great people. I have befriended them and they have befriended me. But Srila Prabhupada has one quality that stands out, is he will give you, if you will study his books, if you associate with his disciples, if you will let him enter into your heart, he will give you the sense of divine urgency to take this now. You understand? He won't say, oh, it's okay. You have many lifetimes. You can do this. You see? No. Prahlad Maharaj, when Hiranyakashipu was killed by Nrsingadev, Prahlad Maharaj said, I am not fearful of this form with long nails, ripping out the entrails of Hiranyakashipu. I am fearful of taking birth and forgetting you. That will be the most fearful thing for me. What will happen to me if I take birth again and I have not the opportunity to remember you? If I lose consciousness of you, that's the most fearful thing. You see, the Srila Prabhupada, you can say this, we know it, having a little association with him, that he gives you the sense of urgency. Yes, you take it. Don't wait.
Not just take it, but also you have to go and distribute it to others too.
And distribute it.
He was in my Vyasa Puja offering this year, at least the one that I gave in the temple, I was saying, what kind of hero is Prabhupada? He's an action hero. because this was his, like PushtaKrishna Prabhu is saying, there are many, many great devotees with great realizations, but Prabhupada was on fire to spread this Krishna consciousness movement on the orders of his Guru Maharaj. And he was pushing us, driving us always, distribute my books. And, take it, take it very seriously. Don't be complacent. Don't be, you could say, Krishna spirituality, we're supposed to become peaceful. But this is also kind of peace or kind of samadhi that we're 100% absorbed in Krishna. If we're not absorbed in Krishna, we'll be absorbed in some kind of maya, basically. So if you think, I'll be peaceful, I'll just sit and, like one time the devotees were on a morning walk with Srila Prabhupada in a beautiful garden, and the devotee said, it's very beautiful. And Prabhupada said, 1 minute it is green, the next minute there is fire. This material world is no place to try to just relax. We have some important business to do here and then get out, because this material world is on blazing fire. Our acharyas, Narottam Das Thakur, wrote that everything material is on fire. And you better make friends with a crocodile than with a materialistic person. Like that.
From the highest planet in the material world, Brahmaloka, to the lowest. All are places of death.
So let me just finish this purport, and then we'll sing the song, the Damodar Ashtakam, and we can all offer some lamp to the deities as we sing about this pastime of Lord Krishna agreeing to be bound by Mother Yashoda. The Srimad Bhagavatam 10.11.9 states, Darshayangs tad vidang loka atmano britya vashyatam vraja syo vahavai harsham bhagavan bala cheshtitai. To pure devotees throughout the world who could understand his activities, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, exhibited how much he can be subdued by his devotees, his servants. In this way, he increased the pleasure of the Brajabasis by his childhood activities. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur comments, in this verse, text 19, Svavashena means within the control only of his own self. Although Krishna is independent, Svavashena, where do we see his control? Krishna controls the entire universe along with millions of powerful demigods, Yasyedang Sheshvarang Vashe. Although Krishna is the fully independent supreme controller, he becomes controlled by the prema of his devotees. This prema, the essence of Krishna's Chit Shakti, gives rise to the Lord's highest bliss. That has been explained previously. So now in our songbook, we'll find what page it's on. We have the song Damodar Ashtakam.
I'll project.
Oh, thanks. You'll also, he's going to project it there. But for those who are facing the other way,
What page is this, Prabhu?
I'm looking for it. It's on page 127. It begins. Do we have a microphone without a cord that we can pass around and everybody can just read one verse? I'll read the introduction. It says, in the month of Kartik, which month we are in now, one should worship Lord Damodar and daily recite the prayer known as Damodar Ashtaka, which was spoken by the sage Satyavrata and which attracts Damodar. This is from Sri Hari Bhakti Vilas 2:16, 198. So each person, just read the English of one verse. There's 8 verses.
To the Supreme Lord, whose form embodies eternity, knowledge and bliss, whose earrings swing to and fro, who shines beautifully in Gokula, who, due to the influence offense of the breaking the pot of yogurt that his mother was churning into butter, and then stealing the butter that was kept hanging from a swing, quickly ran from the grinding mortar into fear of the mother Yashoda, and who was finally caught from behind her, who ran faster than he. To the Supreme Lord, Sri Damodara, I offer my humble obeisances.
Upon seeing his mother's stick, he cried and rubbed his eyes again and again with his 2 lotus hands. His eyes were fearful, and his quick breathing shook the strand of pearls on his neck, which bore the 3 lines like conch shells. To that Supreme Lord, Sri Damodar, whose belly is bound with the rope of his mother's pure love, I offer my humble obeisance.
The battery on that one is out, I think.
That's all.
Start over, please.
With these super excellent childhood pastimes, Lord Krishna drowned the residents of Gokul in pools of ecstasy. In this way, he declared to those absorbed in knowledge of his majesty and opulence, I am conquered only by my pure loving devotees. With great love, I again offer my obeisances to Lord Damodar hundreds and hundreds of times.
O Lord, though you can award all binds benedictions, I pray to be remembered neither for the boon of impersonal liberation, nor for the highest liberation of eternal life in Vaikuntha, or for any other such boon. O Lord, I simply wish that this form of yours as Balagopala in Vrindavana may ever be manifest in my heart. For what use do I have for any other boon besides this?
Haribol? Yes.
O Lord, again and again Mother Yasoda kisses your lotus face, which is framed by the locks of the soft black hair tinged with red and beautiful with your lips colored red like the bimba fruit. May this vision of your lotus face ever be manifest in my heart. Thousands and thousands of other benedictions are of no use to me.
Go ahead, PushtaKrishna.
O Supreme Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. O Damodar, O Ananta, unlimited, O Vishnu, O Master, O Lord, be pleased upon me. Shower me with your merciful glances and deliver this poor ignorant fool immersed in an ocean of worldly sorrows and become visible to my eyes.
O Lord Damodar, as a baby tied to a grinding mortar, you delivered Kuvira's 2 sons from the curse of Narada and made them into great devotees. In the same way, please give me pure loving devotion for you. I long for this alone and have no desire for any kind of liberation.
O Lord Damodar, obeisances unto the brilliantly effulgent robe binding your belly. Obeisances unto you, belly, the abode of entire universe. Obeisances unto your dear most beloved Srimati Radharani. And the obeisances unto you, O Lord, who displays unlimited pastimes.
Haribol. So, Dilip, can you put the Achman for everyone before they offer? So we'll make a line, and everyone can, as we sing the song, everyone can offer deep to the deities. Does someone know? I guess we'll play the 1-2 beat. Can you play? Can you play?
Give me Kartal's alpha.
Can you play 1-2?
Yeah, I know how to do that.
Yeah. Hare Krishna. Namamishwaram Satchit Anandarupam Vashat Kundalam Gokule Brajamanam
Namamishwaram Sachidanantarupam Vasat Kundalam Gokule Brajamanam
Jashodabhiyolukala Dhavamanam Param Rishnam Atyantato Drutya Gopya
Yashodabhiyolukala Dhavamanam Param Rishnam Atyantato Drutya Gopya
Rudantang muhur netra jugmam rijantam Karam bhoja jugmena shatanka netram
Rudanta Muhur Netra Yugam Amridam Paramboja Yugmena Shatanka Netram
Muhukshvasha kampa trirekhanka kanta Stita graivang damodarang bhakti badham
Muhurshvasa kampa tirikanka kanta Sita graiva damodaram bhakti badam.
He's gonna move it. Oh, it's Rudantamuhur. Okay. Iti Draksvalilabhir Ananda Kunde Svaghoshang Nimajantam Akyapayantam. It's okay. It's on there. Svaghoshang Nimajantam Akyapayantam. Tvadiyeshitagyeshu bhaktajitatvam Punak prematasthang satavritti bande
Tvadiyeshitagyeshu bhaktajitatvam Punak prematasthang satavritti bande
Varang deva moksha moksha vadimba Gachanyang vineham vareshadapiha
Varam deva moksha moksha vadimba Gachanyam vineham vareshadapiha
Idang teva purnatha gopala balam Sada me manasya virastam kimanyai
Idam teva purnata gopala balam Sada me manasya virastam kimanyai
Idang te mukham bhojam atyanta nilay Ritang kuntalaik snigdharaktaischa gopya
Idam te mukumbhajam ananta nilay Vritam kundalai snigdha raktaischa gopya
Muhushchumbitang bimba raktadharang ne Manasya virastam malang lakshalabhai
Muhushchumbitam bimba raktadaram me Manasya yashtam alam lakshalabhai
Namo Deva Damodarananta Vishnu Prasida Prabhu Dukha Jalabhimagnam
Namo Deva Damodarananta Vishnu Prasida Prabhu Dukha Jalabhimagnam
Kripa Drishti Vrishyati Dhinang Bhatanu Grahanesha Mamagyam Edyakshitrishya
Kripa Drishti Vrishyati Dhinang Bhatanu Grihanesha Mamagyam Edyakshitrishya
Kuveratmajau badha murtyaiva yadvat Tvayamochitau bhakti bhajo kritau cha
Yuvera Bada Mochai Bayadva Vaya Mochito Bhakti Bhajo Krito Cha
Tatha prema bhakting shakam me prayacha namokshe graho me sidamodareha
Tata Prema Bhakti Swakam Me Prayacha Namokshe Graho Me Sti Damodareha
Namaste stu damne spuradipti damne Tvadiyodaraya ta vishvasya dhamne
Namaste Sudamne Spurat Yiti Damne Tvadiyodaraya Vishvasa Damne
Namo Radhikaya Tvadiya Priyaya Namo Ananta Lilaya Devaya Tubhyam
Om Radhikaya Tvadiya Priyaya Namo Nanta Lilaya Devaya Tubhyam
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Haribo, Jai Shri Radha, Madana Mohan. There's many of you may know, some of you may not know, that there was in the early days of ISKCON, the devotees got some Greyhound buses, used buses, and they fitted them out like temples, and they had Radha Krishna deities in one bus, and in order to keep the deities while the bus was driving, they were worshiping the deities and driving it to different college campuses and going out and doing programs. they arranged to tie the deities down with ropes. And, Udara means belly, and Damna means to rope. So Damodara is tied with the rope around his belly. So those deities became known as Radha Damodar deities. And they're currently now, the buses have stopped touring, and those deities can now be worshipped and are being worshipped in the farm in Pennsylvania, near Port Royal, Pennsylvania, called Gita Nagari. They're very, very special and have a special place in the history of ISKCON. There was a book written by Vyasaki, one of our godbrothers. I haven't read the book, actually. I had the book, and I've awakened a desire to read it, but I think I lent it to somebody and they never gave it back. But he started writing a biography of one of Srila Prabhupada's early disciples, Vishnu Janaswami, and he had to expand it to include the whole pastime of the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan party that spread Krishna consciousness so much and made a lot of new young Americans into devotees as they traveled around in that bus, and they had a couple of other buses with Gaur-Nitai deities, and eventually they had a whole fleet of vans. And when I joined the movement, I was on that bus. Jayananda Das was one of our leaders, and Mahamuni Das. So anyway, now we have the great fortune to hear from another one of Srila Prabhupada's early disciples and leaders of the movement in the early days. You all know His Grace PushtaKrishna Prabhu, and when I saw Prabhupada in Detroit in 1976, PushtaKrishna was serving as Prabhupada's personal secretary and traveling with him. And he, as we heard before, he was instrumental in starting the movement in South Africa. He was one of the first devotees to actually was supposed to be sent to Bangladesh, but I think because of the civil war at that time, he couldn't go.
No, I went to Bangladesh.
You went, huh?
During the war.
You were there in the war, right? During the war, he was there starting ISKCON in
I'll tell you a story. Little story about the Radha Damodar buses.
Okay.
Because the way they started, the buses, like the Greyhound buses came later. The way they started was, I had come back from, I got sick, actually, in India the first time. No surprise. That was 1971. So I came back to the United States to recover. I was pretty sick. And I went up to Gainesville, Florida. And I was the cook there for a while. Because I joined in Gainesville, Florida. I was the first person to actually commit themselves to Krishna consciousness there in 1970. And then after that time, I wanted to go out and start a temple and, teach at the university, preach at the universities. That was Srila Prabhupada. I had talked about that in London. I said, yes, do that. And so I went to Tampa by myself and walked onto the University of South Florida campus. And the first thing was Amarendra had a brother there who was going to college there. So I stayed with him in his dorm room for a few days. And then there was one person on the road show. I had no money. He came to Tampa. He sought me out. And
what was the road show? Can you explain that?
I will explain that. What was that devotee's name? Anyway, big man. But he had a little bit of money with him. So we went out and we rented a house. It was near the Woodlawn Cemetery in Tampa. And it was about a block from the cemetery. And a Cuban lady owned the house. And she was, young, vivacious, maybe in her 40s, big black hair. Prototypical, you might say, looking Hispanic woman. Very busty and slender waist and red lipstick. And so, she rented the house to us. So we immediately went about the process of converting that house on the corner into a temple. So what did we do? We painted the walls yellow and purple. I mean, you can't imagine.
That was the temples in. When I first went to the temple in Coconut Grove. Also, it was all yellow and green.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. So anyway, so we did this, and she was, that's very nice. So then, a few days later, and it wasn't very much later, the first roadshow came, and there were like 3 yellow buses, school buses, and about 75 people, and they all stayed in that house. And this woman was so pious, really, I'm telling you. She was so pious that she enjoyed the festivity of seeing all the devotees there. And, this was early days, Krishna consciousness, when, people were shaved up and they didn't have dhotis. They had sheets. Our dhotis used to be sheets. If you were married, you had a yellow sheet. If you were a brahmachari or brahmacharini, you had an orange or light saffron colored sheet. These were cloth, American cloth. And we tear them up and make dhotis and everything. And they lived there, and Radha Damodar deity was sitting there in the temple, and Shilavati was there, one of the more well-known pujaris of the time. And Vishnu Jan and Kirtanananda and so many devotees. Michael Cassidy, who wrote all the songs. And
Mangalananda.
Mangalananda and Jamadagni. And they were writing songs. They were sitting there on the floor writing these poetry. They'd write poetry, and they'd put it to music. And so they had a very, very nice program. And they would go to the surrounding towns and to the campuses, and they put on a show. With rock and roll, Krishna conscious music and plays and things like this.
Electric guitars and bass and...
So this went on, and they stayed for about 5-6 months, and then I was left behind, and we had the Tampa Temple. And from there I went to Houston. When Hridayananda Maharaj took sannyas, he asked me to come to Houston, and so I acted as temple president for a little while. Anyway, the roadshow went on, and it was about, I would say, not even a year later, they had a huge program in it was called the Syrian Mosque building in Pittsburgh, which is not far from New Vrindavan. Pittsburgh's about an hour away. And they had this huge program for Srila Prabhupada. And they put on the show, with the rock and roll music and the this and the that. And I sat beside Srila Prabhupada for that program. And he actually stayed for about half of it, and he left. But afterwards he decided that, because you have to understand, Srila Prabhupada, not there to enjoy anything. He's feeling great responsibility for his disciples, that they should remain fixed up and on the path. You understand? So when he saw that, he said, I don't think this is a good idea. He said, the boys and girls, they will fall down. And so he recommended that it be disbanded. And it was. That roadshow was disbanded. But then came the bus program. And the bus program followed really his ideal. The bus program, they had, 4 or 5 buses traveling around the country. There were different sannyasis and whatnot, along with so many brahmacharis. And they became notorious because they would come along and they would steal brahmacharis from the temples who would want to go out and have the bliss, of being on a program like that. And they'd distribute books and do kirtan, and he made a lot of devotees and funded a lot of things and this and that. And that went on for a number of years.
They would invite everybody. When I came to the Rath Yatra in San Francisco in 1975, they made an announcement that anybody who wants to experience the life of a traveling monk and learn to play musical instruments and all these different... You could come and join and travel on the bus. Yeah. So I went with my girlfriend and her dog to the bus and said, can we join? And they said, well, it's just men and no dogs. And so I didn't join for another year and a half or something like that.
Anyway, so that was some of the history of... early Krishna consciousness in America, really. And those were very, very exciting times, I must tell you, because for each of us, we had so many attachments. We were students, or some were hippies, some had boyfriend, girlfriend, married, this and that. We had so many material attachments. We knew nothing of renunciation or dedication, really. And so it was very heavy for us. Our parents often didn't, support us, getting into Krishna consciousness. For me at that time, I was accepted to medical school and I didn't go. I, joined and went to East Pakistan. They thought I was crazy. In any case, those were different times, I must tell you. And it required, I guess, Mahaprabhu's grace and Nityananda Prabhu's grace for us to be able to follow and help Srila Prabhupada. Anyway, let me sit over here.
Yes, so we're
going to have a little discussion this morning.
Jai.
And I thank so much to the devotees here for giving me the opportunity to serve us. So I have an idea this morning, because last night I was talking with my dear friend Rita from South Africa, who helped us in South Africa when we were first starting our mission there back in the early 70s. And we were talking by Skype. He lives in Mayapur now. And some of the things we were talking about, they inspired me thank you, Prabhu, what we would talk about today. And so because this is Govardhan Puja, a very grand festival day, who has been to Vrindavan, India before? If you see Govardhan Hill, it is a very long hill, maybe 7 miles long. I think it's about 21 miles all the way around it. And we'll talk a little bit about what this Govardhan Hill is to the Vaishnavas in relationship to this Leela. So about 5,000 years ago, when Krishna decided to come to this place, this world, the planet Earth, Krishna says that he comes to the earth to save the devotees and to vanquish the demons and to reestablish true spiritual religiosity, Anyway, so during his childhood pastimes in Vrindavan, Akuranath Prabhu talking about Mother Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj and her love, and this is what is called rasa. Rasa means that these are not stories. This is how the purified spiritual entities, the jiva souls, are interacting with God. You want to know, what do you do when you go to the spiritual world? Is it boring? Do you just sit there and say, I'm here? It's not like that at all. Krishna, if you understand a little bit about his personality, Krishna is charming. He is the reservoir of all beauty. He is fun. He is loving, and he is ecstatic. For the jiva souls, and what we're going to study today, why do we even exist? Om Purnamada Purnamidam. God is everything. Why do we exist? What is our raison d'être? What is our reason for being even? You see? It is not that we should imitate God, play that we are God, be envious of God. After all, he is a creator. You understand? And he has created all the universes, and even the spiritual universes. And he has expanded himself as the Vishnu Tattva for his own purpose. And those Vishnu Tattva forms are also serving Krishna. That is the meaning of Panchatattva. That even the Vishnu Tattva forms, God in 5 features, even the Vishnu Tattva forms, the expansions, plenary expansions, are serving Krishna. Even Krishna within our heart, Paramatma. That Paramatma only existing when the material energy is manifest. Because there's no need for Paramatma to accompany the other soul, the jiva soul, when there is no material body. You see? So Paramatma has a special place and role in Krishna's ontology. But the jiva souls, what are they created for? So first I'm going to quote this verse, and we're going to use this verse as a springboard for understanding Krishna Lila. And this book is it's just a collection of verses, the Gaudiya Kantahara. It's a necklace of Vaishnava verse. This is by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. But I was looking for this verse, and this is from Mahaprabhu, Chaitanya Charitamrita. And it goes like this. Mahaprabhu is saying, who am I? What am I? He is taking our role as jiva soul. Okay? So he says, Naham. So na means not, and aham means I. Naham vipro. I am not a learned person, or desire to be a learned person. Na chanara pati. Neither am I, like a father of mankind. Napi vaishyo, na shudro, and I am neither vaishya, mercantile, or shudra. These are varnas, external designations for one's occupation. Naham varni. That's not my place. Nacha griha patir, and I am neither a grihasta. No vanasto yatirva. I am not a vanaprastha. I am not sannyasi. I am none of these things. Kintu prodyan nikila paramananda purnamrita bder gopi brator pada kamalayor dasa dasa anudasa. He says here, I am not a Brahmin. I am not a Kshatriya, warrior, administrator. I am not Vaishya or Shudra. In other words, I have nothing to do with these external designations which are based on one's occupation or proclivity. Nor am I a brahmachari, a celibate student, or brahmacharini, a celibate student. I am not a householder. I am not a vanaprastha in the twilight of material life, or a sannyasi. I identify myself only as a servant of the servant of the servant of the maintainer of the gopis, Gopi Brator, Krishna. Understand? So this is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's statement that he identifies himself, which means that what he is giving to us, what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving to us in this Kali Yuga, he is giving to us an intimate opportunity to become involved in Krishna Lila. Okay? So in the ontology, and we were talking earlier in our smaller gathering at that time about the expansions of Lord Vishnu. And this morning you were reading Brahma Samhita, how Krishna is like the original candle. And he has ignited so many other candles from that original candle in the form of Lord Vishnu. Plenary portions, you see. So in the spiritual realm, we have Satchidananda. And Ananda is blissfulness. Chit means all knowledge, transcendental knowledge, knowledge of God. And Sat means eternality. So there is a great effulgence that is expanded everywhere. And Krishna is not coming from that effulgence, but he is the origin of that effulgence. It is the glow of his transcendental body. You see? And that transcendental glow, spiritual light, is the Brahmajyoti. That spiritual light is the representation of Sat, feature of God. Eternality. Eternal nature of God is present in that light. You see, in this world, it is a dark place. The material world has so many coverings around it. And we have the sun, we have the moon, we have things effulgent. But if you go into a room with a locked door, it's dark. There's no light. Light has to come from somewhere else to illuminate the place, you see? That's the material world. In the spiritual world, there is no need for such illumination. Even the jiva souls, you and I, have an effulgence. What? Yes. Even the jiva souls, what to speak of Krishna, have an effulgence. They are self-effulgent. There's no need for illumination. There's no darkness at all. Different nature. Okay? And Lord Vishnu is existing. Lord Vishnu truly, he has 4 arms. His body is not material. His body is pure spirit. And his body is dark blue and effulgent. And he has a royal crown and transcendental jewels. And there he is also worshipped and served by countless beings, jiva souls, who also have 4 arms. And they are in different colors. Some are red, some are blue, some are green, some are yellow, some have white-colored bodies, all of them effulgent, with 4 arms. All of them with golden-like dress, almost like a genie, but transcendental. And black, fine hair, just like Keshava. Because we are expansions of God, we have some of those qualities, you see. Broad, red smiles. They're worshiping Lord Vishnu and serving Lord Vishnu in their own transcendental manner. Now, these jiva souls in the Vaikuntha realm, okay, because we're going into a different realm now. In the Vaikuntha realm, we have been taught, we understand that their love is a little bit qualified. We won't say that it's conditional because it's self-evident. You understand? It manifests spontaneously from the jiva souls. But it's conditional because they know, they have knowledge that Lord Vishnu is God. They have that understanding. It's not a material understanding. It's not like, because he is God, therefore I'm serving. No, it's an understanding that is innate within their very being. You see? Tattvamasi, like that. And that's their realm of service. Now, as described also in Brahma Samhita, very few in this world, you're also fortunate, get the chance to know about Goloka Vrindavan. In Goloka, there is Krishna's realm. And it is described in Brahma Samhita a little bit for us. And we see the reflection of Goloka Vrindavan in Gokula, which is Krishna's manifestation of Vrindavan in this world. We see something of the Leela, you see. In this world, the demons come to try to kill Krishna, and Krishna defeats them. In the spiritual world, there are no demons, you see. Only in the material world. And in that realm of Goloka Vrindavan, that is the realm where Krishna lives and plays with his liberated jiva souls who love him unconditionally. There's no condition there that because he's God. No. In fact, they look at him as a playmate. We hear, for example, of the cowherd boys playing leapfrog with Krishna. They steal each other's lunches and they play like that. They may rub Krishna's feet. Krishna may rub their feet. They're playmates. Or he's their boyfriend. He's their paramour. He's their lover. Krishna has that relationship with the gopis. Or he might be their child, like Mother Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj, those who have Vatsalya Ras. So this is what's going on in eternal spiritual life. They're playing together, but that play is characterized by something called rasa. Rasa is the electricity that makes ecstasy between the devotees and Krishna. Krishna is expanding himself as the jiva souls, and the jiva souls, their senses, your senses, belong to Krishna. This is the MO, like a criminal has an MO. Krishna has an MO too. He has expanded himself to expand his ecstasy. And you partake in that ecstasy by being part of him. You see? Rishikena, Rishikesha Sevanam Bhakti Ruchite. Our senses belong to Krishna. And Krishna is giving ecstasy and love to us. And the devotees in Goloka Vrindavan, they're not putting anything in their pocket to keep it. You understand? This is the difference between Vaikuntha and Goloka Vrindavan. Everything is being deposited back in Krishna. In Vaikuntha, they may say, "Oh, I'm so happy, I ecstasy." No. There's no self-consideration there at all. And we hear, for example, when Srila Prabhupada would describe the Leela between the gopis and Krishna and Vrindavan, how when Krishna would blow his flute to call the gopis to come dance with him and to be with him and to cavort with him, they would drop whatever they were doing. If they were taking care of their child, down he goes. If they were cooking, finished immediately. If they were dressed, fine. If they weren't dressed, no problem. They're gone. As soon as Krishna calls them, they have no sense of self other than to love Krishna and to be with Krishna and to serve Krishna. You see? This is that nature in Goloka Vrindavan. It is not sacrificing, it is the very nature of their love. You see? So when we discuss the Govardhan Leela, you have to understand the environment in which it's taken place. That is the environment. Now, even though Krishna is playing at that time as a small child, maybe 5 years old, by looking at him, we see the pictures of Krishna. But Krishna still, everyone knows that he is their protector. Everyone knows that he is their protector. And it's not because of knowledge that he's God that he's their protector. He's their protector. He's simply their protector. So when this Govardhan Leela takes place, Krishna has arranged this for his own happiness and teaching purposes for those who will come thousands of years later and talk about it and discuss it, that we can learn from this Leela so much. So the cowherd men and Brahmins, and there are very few Brahmins in Vrindavan. It's mostly a place of Vaishyas. They're cowherds people. They're making a sacrifice to Lord Indra. And Lord Indra is an empowered material being. He's a jiva soul. But he is empowered to give us rain. Lord Indra is in charge of that, you could say. And so the cowherd men are creating so many offerings and sacrifices, foodstuffs, grains, anakuta. Ana means grains. And they're going to offer it at the base of Govardhan Hill to Lord Indra. And Krishna, of course, he's there. And he says to his father and to the other cowherd men, "Why you are wasting your time offering this to Lord Indra? After all, don't you know that Govardhan Hill is actually providing all of these things for our cows? Grasses and a place to graze and nice environment like that, you should immediately take all of these things and offer it to Govardhan Hill. Why waste your time with offering it to Indra? They say, well, maybe we can offer this to Indra now. Later on, we can do a sacrifice to Govardhan Hill. Krishna said, no, don't wait. And because they're completely wrapped up in Krishna, and whatever Krishna says, they're charmed by him, you see. They have to consider these things. And so Krishna made so many points, he philosophized with them, and finally they said, okay, we'll have this sacrifice, and we'll offer it to Govardhan Hill. So they made the sacrifice that was originally intended for Lord Indra, they gave that to Govardhan Hill. And Krishna arranged that Govardhan Hill would take on a huge form and would eat all the sacrifices personally. And then the prasadam, the leftovers, would be distributed to everyone. In the Govardhan Leela, every living being should get prasadam. Even the cows and the dogs and insects, and what to speak of Brahmins and all the people there, they should all get prasadam. Everyone should be fed. And in this way, because Giriraj, the Govardhan Hill, because it took this form of accepting the sacrifice, as Krishna would accept the sacrifice. Therefore, traditionally, the Brajvasis, those who live in Vrindavan, they look at Govardhan Hill as God. Do you understand? Now, it's a hill, but it assumed this form. You understand? This is under Krishna's arrangement to accept the sacrifices. So in Vrindavan, the Brajvasis, they would worship Govardhan Hill as God. But Krishna is their friend, their lover. Their relationship with Krishna is what Krishna is. In other words, they don't think of Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has created everything, who has expanded himself unlimitedly, because the mood of Vrindavan is relationship. It is all wrapped up in relationship and rasa. What is Krishna to me? What am I to Krishna? You see? So anyway, after this sacrifice, Lord Indra was very mad, because he thought, who is this upstart young boy telling these people who are about to make sacrifice to me to ignore me, Lord Indra, the king of the demigods? And so he became very angry. And you know the story. He had these Shamvantaka clouds, which are terrible clouds, like, I don't know if you've ever seen monsoon clouds, but if you've seen monsoon clouds, they're nothing compared to these great clouds that Lord Indra sent to harass and to punish the inhabitants of Vrindavan, along with lightning and thunder and horrible rains. So the rain was falling incessantly. And all of the Brajvasis, including the cows and the cowherd boys and the gopis, and even Nanda Maharaj and Mother Yashoda, and all of the different inhabitants of Vrindavan, they all went to Krishna. And they asked, Krishna, please, you protect us from these rains. Everything is being flooded. We'll all drown. So this is several lessons at this point to learn. One lesson is that the primary relationship that we can have in Krishna consciousness, as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, is that we are the servant of the servant of the servant of the Lord, who is the maintainer of the gopis. In other words, this is why we are created. This is why we are created. To have relationship with Krishna. Our relationship is not that we are created so that we can be big creators ourselves. You understand? You want to be a demigod? Okay, you can be a demigod. But you won't go back to the spiritual world like that. You see? The Jiva soul has an identity. And the Jiva soul is meant and created to expand the loving ecstasy of Krishna. And this is, in the spiritual world, in Goloka Vrindavan especially, this is called Jnana Shunya Bhakti. Jnana Shunya means devoid of knowledge, no knowledge even. No knowledge that he's God even. You see? It's covered, you can say, by Yoga Maya. Every once in a while, Krishna reveals his greatness, like when Mother Yashoda is looking in his mouth, looking for some dirt inside his mouth, and she sees the whole universe within his mouth, and she sees her sitting with Krishna on her lap inside his mouth. And she sees this, and she says, oh, he's a special child. And maybe what Gargamuni, the astrologer, said, maybe he is. You know, Lord Vishnu or something like that. But immediately, he's my child. You see? This kind of relationship exists. When Krishna is dancing with the gopis in Rasa Lila, Krishna has expanded himself infinitely into so many different Krishnas. And each of the gopis is thinking, oh, I'm dancing with Krishna alone. He's mine, and I'm his. Krishna's mercy. When the cowherd boys are playing with Krishna, and they want to play, maybe rub his feet or fan him, or Krishna expands himself as so many different Krishna forms. And he's playing with each cowherd boy thinking, I'm playing with Krishna. This is Krishna consciousness in the spiritual world. Krishna has, his business is to expand the enjoyment and the ecstasy of love of God, because he is God. And all of us are participating in that Leela. That's what's going on in the spiritual realm. That's why Krishna consciousness, the knowledge of Krishna consciousness, is so unique. You can't find any kind of religious theology, tradition, that goes anywhere close to that understanding of what's really taking place. You know, in some religions you say, oh, God is the Father. That's fine. God is the Master. That's fine. But what God is doing in his intimate abode, nobody knows, except for those who have been fortunate enough, and I say that honestly, fortunate enough to have come in contact through the Krishna consciousness movement. The grace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his line, and through Srila Prabhupada coming to the West, we would know nothing of it. You see? So, when Krishna is lifting Govardhan Hill, what happens is Krishna sees all of the distressed Vrindavan residents, and the cows, and the cowherd boys, and the gopis, and everyone else, and the flood that's taking place. And so Krishna lifts the hill with his small finger, and he holds it. He said, come underneath my umbrella. You'll be protected. So Krishna lifts this long, 7-mile long hill, which probably as high as maybe 300 feet. He lifts it and he makes an umbrella out of it with his small finger, little Krishna. And he holds it like that for 7 days. And there are many interesting paintings that you'll see that have come out of India, where the cowherd men and cowherd boys, they're thinking, oh, it might fall. They're holding their sticks to help Krishna hold up the hill. And it's said in the Srimad Bhagavatam that Krishna lifted this hill for 7 days, and nobody experienced any hunger or thirst at all. They were simply amazed at Krishna doing this and his beauty. They simply were awestruck by Krishna doing this. And after that, the rain subsided, and Krishna said, now you can all go home, you'll be safe. And he put the hill down. And then Indra, realizing his foolishness, he offered many, many prayers that are described in the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. So, when the Vaishnavas describe Sharanagati, or surrender to God, one of the qualities of surrender is to know that Krishna will protect me. Krishna will protect me. And this is very vital, because in this material world, it is a very scary and dangerous place. And it's scary and dangerous because, naturally, our misidentification with this body. You see? The soul, najayate namriyate vakadachi. It is neither born nor dies. Krishna describes in the Bhagavad Gita, it cannot be burned by fire. It cannot be wet by water. It's unaffected by cold or heat. The soul is of a different quality altogether. So, I'm a practicing orthopedic surgeon, and I have many patients who come to me in a lot of pain, suffering, and they're going to have, surgery to reconstruct joints and whatnot. And I try to help them in a little way by telling them that, look, your body is made up of 77% water. This is the calculation that we hear. 77% water, and 23%, I said, is mud. You can analyze that mud any way you like. But that's the analysis. 23% mud and 77% water. And you are neither the mud nor the water. You're spirit. So this body is a vehicle for the soul and nothing more. It's external to the soul. You see? So when you think of your body, if you become sober, because Krishna talks about that, he says that Dehinosmin yatha dehe komaram jovanam jara tata dehantara pratir dhiras tatra namuyati. Early instruction to Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita, he says that the body, dehinosmin yatha dehe, is changing constantly. It is changing constantly. Komaram jovanam jara. Komara means very young, birth to about 5 years old. That categorization. Jovana from 5 years old to about 16 years old. And then after that, you're considered old. Jara. Komaram jovanam jara. So you want to figure out, when am I old? After 16 years old, you're old. By Krishna's calculation. But the point is this, that just as the body is constantly changing, tata dehantara praptir. Prapti means change. As you change clothes, like today you're wearing one shirt, one pant, one dress, one sari, whatever. Tomorrow you'll wear something else. Just like you change your clothes, so the body is changing. Now, Krishna knows that our intellect, our perception is not so fine that we can perceive changes constantly. But he gives us this opportunity to understand, to see through knowledge. Because our senses are imperfect, we have to see through knowledge if we're going to be fortunate in this lifetime, to see things as they are. Just like you change your clothes, so the body is constantly changing. That 77% water and 23% mud is all mixed up with the greater water in the environment and the greater earth in the environment, Bhumirapo Nalo Vayu. And the mind also is one energy, subtle. Intellect is one subtle energy. Air in and out from the bellows of this body is also one of the elements. So if you analyze this body and you don't become illusioned by its form, then you are called Dhira. And Dhira means a sober person who knows what is what. Namhuyati, who has not confused their identity with matter. You see? Confusion. Fusing your identity as spirit soul with this false covering. Do you understand? So, that is Dhira. To be sober. So, Srila Prabhupada had given us so many ways to look at life. But one thing is, we cannot become intoxicated by material sense gratification. Because that is what cements us and confuses us to this temporary false identity. You see? Now, do you own any stock? You have any stocks? If you're working, you have some 401k. I have stock. You have stock? Would you invest in a stock if you knew that everything you put into that stock was going to be taken away from you? We're going to be bankrupt. We're going to go bankrupt for sure. You're going to lose it all, baby. Would you do it? Nobody would do it. That is our situation in this material world. Whatever we invest in this body, whatever we invest, whatever ornaments we have in the form of educational degrees or anything else you might want to say, we're going to lose it. It is sure we're going to lose it. That is part of being sober. Do you understand? So we have to try to be sober and not be intoxicated by this material false identity. Now, if you were living in a material environment and some horrible thing came upon you, would you run to a little 5-year-old and say, "Please protect me"? No. This is not material. This is reality spiritual. So sometimes, I've heard where Srila Prabhupada would describe like this. People would say, "Oh, wow, that's really transcendental." Srila Prabhupada said, "No, it's spiritual. You have to understand that there is apareyam itastvanyam, prakritim vidime param." There are different natures. The scientists have no experience of that. And so they discount it because with their senses they cannot see it or measure it. You understand? And therefore they discount it. If I cannot see it with these eyes, it doesn't exist. If I cannot measure it in my Erlenmeyer flask, it can't be measured. It doesn't exist, you see? But there is a completely different nature than this material nature. And Krishna says, hey, by the way, you are of that nature. Discover it. Discover it. Here and now in this lifetime. Discover your spiritual nature. It's not something that you have to get from outside. You are it now. Aham Brahmasmi. I am spirit. I am Brahma. I am not this body. We always hear these things. Discover it. How to discover it? That's abhideya. That's the process. But understand who you are and what you are. Then, when you will look at this world through the eyeglasses of knowledge, you will see things differently. You see? And you cannot feel safety by following the crowd of illusion people. In other words, if you think, I shall be like everyone else, I shall try to fit in, and be illusion like everybody else, it's the easy way to get through life. You lose. That's the one thing I like about the Quran, by the way. When you read the Quran, and they say, people who don't submit to Allah, you're the loser. I like that expression very much. You are the loser when you don't submit to God, when you don't submit to real reality. You lose. So you don't want to be the loser. And so, any way you look at it, Govardhan. One of the traditions in this Vaishnava tradition is people will make a hill out of various things, rice and halwa and things like that, to commemorate this day. And then later on can circumambulate it. Speaking of circumambulation of Govardhan Hill, if you go to India during this time of the year, Kartik, people come from all the villages around, and now they come from all over the world because of Srila Prabhupada. And they will circumambulate Govardhan Hill. And it's really a very festive, colorful time. You'll see the girls and young women dressed in really bright colors of their villages, very bright colors. Not necessarily saris, but like skirts and things like that. And they're singing songs about Krishna and walking around the hill like that. During Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's time, Sanatan Goswami became very old. He's one of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's disciples, and he wrote many things in our tradition. Sanatan Goswami is considered to be the guru, you could say, of sambandha, or a relationship with God. And so he used to circumambulate Govardhan Hill, even when he became very old and feeble physically. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu couldn't bear to see the trouble that he was taking to circumambulate the hill. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he put his footprint on a rock. And that footprint, at least now we think it's at the Radha Damodar temple. And he said to Sanatan Goswami, don't bother going around the hill. You just circumambulate this stone. That will be sufficient. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So who is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? He is Krishna, appearing in the Kali Yuga to inaugurate the Sankirtan movement, the glorification of the holy name. But he didn't come in a blue form. You see, on the altar, he has assumed a golden form. That golden form is the hue, the color of Srimati Radharani. Because the other reason that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared was to also taste the sweetness of devotion as it is expressed from the vortex of devotion, Srimati Radharani. Radharani is not a jiva soul. Radharani is not a jiva soul. Can I say that one more time? Radharani is not a jiva soul. She is the expression of Krishna's Hiladani Shakti. His loving, ecstatic, devotional nature is embodied in Radharani. And Radharani is the catalyst of devotion. She is the accelerator of devotion. She is the greatest expression of devotion. Does Radharani enjoy that position? No. Why is that? Because Krishna is the enjoyer. Do you understand? So, if you want to enjoy devotion, you go to Vaikuntha. But if you want to take everything that is expressed to you through Krishna's mercy, and you want to offer it back to Him, in other words, that is... Oh, Hare Krishna, thank you. That is Goloka Vrindavan. You see? So when we study, this wonderful Leela of Govardhan Puja, and we try to get take-home lessons, because it is not simply a charming story that we want. We want to get something from this story that we can absorb, and it will become a part of our fabric. It is that Krishna is expressing his love with his devotees in the most charming way, exchanging love. But when it comes down to difficulties, Krishna is their protector. Even though he may appear as a small boy, he is their protector. You see? So this is the kind of, for me at least, the take-home message. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Gopi Brator Padakamalayora Dasa Anudasa, he is teaching from the viewpoint of Radharani that my identity is to be the servant of the servant of the servant of the servant of the maintainer of the gopis. So, like that. So any discussion, any questions you might have, Prabhu?
Hare Krishna. You mentioned about the Vaikuntha and Goloka Vrindavana.
The what?
Vaikuntha and Goloka Vrindavana.
Goloka Vrindavana.
And so in Bhagavad Gita we see the description given as Natad bhasayate suryo na shashanko na pavakaha yadgatva na nivartante taddhama paramam mama. So does that description apply to all the lokas? So there are many more lokas than Vaikuntha also. So does
in the spiritual sky, which is called Vaikuntha. Now what Vaikuntha means, literally, where there is no anxiety. There's no fear. So in the material world, we always have fear and anxiety. So Vaikuntha is that realm, the spiritual realm, where everyone is fearless and expressing their love and relationship with God. In Vaikuntha, there is still a knowledge that Lord Vishnu is God. This is the desire of the Jiva soul, to have that relationship. Do you understand?
Yes.
The Jiva soul desires to have that particular relationship with God,
Vishnu,
which is qualified by the reality that he's God. So for some of the Jiva souls, you see, they desire to have that relationship. Now, that's not a bad thing, but that's their desire, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And in the Brihat Bhagavatamrita, where Gopakumari is going up through the different realms of consciousness, but his desire is to be Krishna's friend as a cowherd boy. He doesn't know that exactly, but he knows, I don't fit here. I don't fit here. Even when in Vaikuntha, even when Lord Vishnu and the denizens of Vaikuntha dress up like cowherd boys, it still doesn't work for him. You understand? Because it's something beyond anything material. It is the essential spiritual mood which is beyond material. You understand?
So this Goloka Vrindavana is more towards the material world, right? Yeah.
Goloka Vrindavan is the realm of unqualified unconditional relationship with Krishna. Because there, they simply love Krishna because he's beautiful, because he's charming, because he's sweet. He is ecstatic. But that ecstasy and love that is coming to you and Krishna are one, not because you have merged your identities. That never happens. You are one because your consciousness is Krishna consciousness. You're absorbed in Krishna's beauty and love. You don't even think about yourself. Even though you don't think about yourself, the 7th canto Srimad Bhagavatam describes that Krishna is just like a giant magnet. And all of the jiva souls are like iron filings. And everything is attracted to the center just like that magnet. He's all attractive, you see? So that attraction is natural. It's not a thought process even. It is completely all-encompassing nature. That's why Prabhupada is giving us Krishna consciousness. You see, this is what Krishna consciousness is. Your very nature, as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, is Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness is not something that you develop, you can say. You cultivate it in the material world, but it's there already. It becomes manifest spontaneously by Krishna's grace. You see? So that relationship that you have, whether it's in Vaikuntha or whether it's in Goloka Vrindavan, that will depend on you. Just like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he had one associate, Murari Gupta. And Murari Gupta was fanatic devotee of Ramachandra. So the discussion's going on. Mahaprabhu was saying, but don't you understand, Prabhu, the super excellent nature of the relationship of the gopis with Krishna. But he was fanatic, attached to Lord Ramachandra. And finally, Lord Chaitanya had to accept the fact that he is a Rama Bhakta. That's it. That's his desire. You understand? Your desire you have. It's there. And it's part of your very being. You don't know it yet, but it's there. But it will become manifest, just like when you wake up from a dream. Really. When you wake up from a dream, you say, oh, here I am. I got to get dressed and go to work. You see, so when you wake up from this dream of material life, when you will go back to Godhead, you will be awake. That sweet awakening. The amazing thing is, one of Prabhupada's godbrothers, Srila Sridhar Maharaj, he used to say, home comfort. You know, we say back to home, back to Godhead. But he would describe it as home comfort. So we always feel a little bit out of place in the material world, you know? I mean, you have that feeling, I have that feeling, we all have that feeling. Because we're like fish out of water. We're spiritual by identity, but we're encapsulated in this 77% water, 23% mud covering. It's very easy when I talk to my patients like that. And when I talk to the devotees, hopefully you'll take that as kind of a way to kind of put it together real quick. 77% water, 23% mud. That's all it is. Don't be enamored by it, and don't dedicate all your energy and time to it, because it's temporary. And, you know, what's interesting is like the astronomers, I was watching this show on astronomy, they said, what a beautiful situation. All of that energy, the organic compounds and everything, they're going back into the earth, and they can make future material bodies. It's true. You will be recycled, your physical body. In fact, when you pee, when you sweat, when you defecate, you're recycling. You understand? And finally, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You see? So, understand with knowledge. Prabhupada giving us this wisdom through the Bhagavad Gita. He is not making it up himself, you understand? These are Krishna's teachings. He's giving us Krishna's teachings. We say that the Gurudev is a transparent via medium. He's not obstructing what Krishna has taught. You see? Last night I was talking with Rita, my friend, in Mayapur, on Skype. He calls me from time to time, we talk. And we were talking about this. And I was talking about this verse, Gopi Brator Padakamayor Dasa Anudasa. And he said he was with Srila Prabhupada, at one point in South Africa, and it was just him and Srila Prabhupada in the room. And Rita Prabhu, he asked Srila Prabhupada, what is the meaning of this? Being the servant of the servant of the servant of the servant of Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada, he sat there with him. He said, actually, all you need is Krishna. You see? And this is Srila Prabhupada's humility. Do you understand? You have met, and I have known others who will take you for their own. They're not transparent. Okay? They're not transparent. They'll say, oh, you can't see Krishna, you can't be with Krishna, therefore you can worship me. I have heard this from Vaishnavas. Big Vaishnavas. That was not Srila Prabhupada's mood, mentality, or teaching ever. Ever. It never happened. Why Krishna says, Sarvadharmam parityaja mamekam sharanam braja? And Prabhupada says, Sarvadharmam parityaja mamekam sharanam braja, to Krishna. He is always directing us to follow Krishna's instruction. Surrender to Krishna. Everything will be okay. This is Prabhupada. This is really parampara. Unobstructed. Transparent. You see? Now, we paltry followers of Prabhupada, we may not be so transparent. Forgive us our opacity, you might say. But Prabhupada is transparent. And you follow that instruction and you will be benefited and blessed. You see? And he had the wisdom to know that these books will have his instructions in them. Meet, discuss Krishna from within. We talked earlier, Akuranath Prabhu and myself, we were talking earlier. How does it come that you become enlightened? Do you become enlightened by reading something or by hearing something? Is that what's enlightenment? One other element is necessary. And that element is vital. And Krishna describes in Bhagavad Gita, Tesham evanu kampartam aham agyana jam tamaha nashyami yatma bhavasto gyana dipena basvata. Krishna says this. He says that out of my mercy for the devotees, special mercy for the devotees who are trying to approach him, Tesham evanu kampartam, out of my mercy for them, aham agyana jamtama. Krishna says, I, within, I, Krishna says, nashiyami, I will destroy ignorance. From within, it will be destroyed. Jnana dipena basvata. And you will be enlightened with the torchlight of transcendental knowledge. Jnana dipena basvata. This Krishna does. That's the element that is so vital. So many people, they come, they hear, I may come and hear, I may listen or I may not listen. Will I become enlightened or not? It is by Krishna's mercy only. You see? I remember when George Harrison was, trying so hard to do something for him, for Srila Prabhupada. And he did so many things. He purchased the Bhaktivedanta Manor. He published the Krishna book, by the way, the first one. And he sang, My Sweet Lord, this and that. Srila Prabhupada, he said, I am simply praying to Krishna to give that boy realization. Do you understand? Prabhupada knew, I can give the teachings. I can give him my blessings. But Krishna has to open the door. Do you understand? For each and every one of us. Therefore, we have to pray to Krishna, truly. We have to cultivate sincerity, truly, within our hearts. To allow Krishna to come into our life and purify us. You know, to me, Pavitram Paramam, Arjuna, he says, Param Brahma, Param Dhamma, Pavitram Paramam Bhavam. Krishna is the supreme pure. It is the folly of the jiva soul to think, I will purify myself. No, that's not bhakti yoga. Bhakti yoga is Krishna will purify me. I need to maintain contact with Krishna. The chanting of the holy name is Krishna. Let me become purified by contact with Krishna. You see? That kind of understanding and humility we have to cultivate. I can't purify myself. I am a fallen soul. And you hear the acharyas like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Narottam Das, they sing these beautiful poetic songs. And you think, oh, they're taking our part. No, they're feeling it. They're meaning it. They really feel that I am fallen soul. And I am nothing without Krishna's mercy. I am nothing without the holy name. You understand? They're feeling it. And we have to try to feel something of that so that we can get that mercy which we need in our life.
The other question is,
yes.
See, Lord Indra got angry at the Govardhan, at the Govardhan Puja that...
Yes.
Govardhan Puja, Govardhan, when they were worshipping.
Yes.
So
he was jealous.
Yeah, and also he thought of, stopping that by bringing down the rain and all that. But Indra is a demigod, so did he not know that Krishna has taken birth? He is the Supreme Lord, and he should not venture anything that is going to go against Supreme Lord? Because any Maharshi, Narada or Rishis and Maharshis, they were all knowing that Krishna would be taking birth in the material world. And
knowing is one thing, remembering is another thing. Matasmriti jnanam apanam cha sarvasya. What is that? How does that verse start?
Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishta.
No, what's the beginning? First line?
Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishta.
Hridi sannivishta. So Krishna says, sarvasya, amongst all, cha aham, I am, hridi sannivishta, situated within their heart. So Krishna is situated within our heart. And what's the next line?
Mata smritir jnanam apohanam.
Mata, from me, smritir comes remembrance, apohanam and forgetfulness.
Jnana, yes.
Krishna can take away that remembrance also. But so even if Indra is a big demigod,
that's what
powerful and everything, still he's covered soul. Indra is a jiva soul, covered soul, and of course Krishna may have his own reason for having lila to charm and to educate the people of the time and future generations about himself. But we can say this, that also sometimes Brahma Mohan Leela, where Lord Brahma steals the cowherd boys and the cows, and then, what a charming Leela that is. Think about it. Brahma, he wants to be all powerful. He's a demigod of the highest order, and he steals the cowherd boys and the cows. And then what does Krishna do? He immediately expands himself as all of the cowherd boys and cows and calves. And for 1 year this took place, and during that time, how Govardhan Hill got covered with all these things so quickly? The mothers of the cowherd boys were absolutely enthralled and increased their love and ecstasy for their children. And the cows were really ecstatically taking care of their calves and licking their calves because it was Krishna. What a charming. I mean, who is this God, Krishna, that has this playful, imaginative, wonderful nature? You see? This is charming. This is Krishna. This is remember, so like, you take you and I. We know something, a little bit of Krishna consciousness, but we're not impervious. We're not, we can fall down. You see, Mayam Tarantite, what is that verse in Bhagavad Gita? Material world, very difficult to cross. Maya Duratya. Daivi Esha Gunamayi. So Krishna says that this Maya, it is my energy. And it is very difficult to cross over. But he says, if one will take shelter of me, they will very easily cross over it. Do you see? So these are the the lessons that we need to take to heart. And again, Prabhu, if you can say one thing about the association of devotees, which I have far too little of, I must tell you. But if you can say one thing about the association of devotees, here in the association of devotees, we can re-cement the reality of spiritual life. Because outside of this association, there is nothing but illusory energy pulling at you. Do you understand? And this is something that we have to cultivate. Prabhupada would often talk about the swan mentality and the crow mentality. So he wants his followers to be swan-like. That means to be discriminating. That you can understand the difference between matter and spirit. You can understand the difference between what is favorable for your devotional development and what is unfavorable. And you can choose between those. Because Prabhu, everything that you do, it is a sacrifice. Bhoktaram jagya tapasam. Bhoktaram jagya tapasam. Krishna says, I am the enjoyer of your sacrifice. You want to please Krishna, you make the right choices. You understand? You want to please Krishna. You want to endear yourself to Krishna. Make the right choices. Make the right choices in your life. Sacrifice for Krishna. Krishna is pleased by that. How you want to please Krishna? Moment to moment, moment to moment, moment to moment. You practice bhakti yoga. You make the right choices. That's how you please Krishna. And that's how you become strong in your devotional service. You talk about, the higher taste, the ruchi. When you have that higher taste, then you're a little bit safe, in the material world. It becomes true by developing the right choices. It's very difficult. Even in the Bible, Christ says, there are many amongst you, at the time of death you will call out to me and I will say, I don't know you. Do you understand? You can't trick God. You can't think that, at the time of death, then I'll call for God, but I was a, lecherous person all my life. Doesn't work. God is not fooled by that. Your heart, God knows. Blessed are the pure at heart. They shall see God. If you want God's darshan, if you want God's association, cleanse your heart by choice. What choices you will make you into the beautiful spiritual character that you want to be. Is it easy enough to do? But we have to practice it. Anyone have any
last question?
Yes, sir.
So, in the pastime of Lord Krishna as a baby, so this Damodara Leela.
Yes.
So, what is the significance that we are associating Radha with Damodara rather than Yashoda with Damodara?
That is a very good question. Why is Srimati Radharani associated with Damodar Leela? And that again, we bring up this point.
Yeah, again, we see that in the picture.
That Radharani is not a jiva soul. Radharani is Hladni Shakti. All of devotion to God, it is emanating from Radha. What property you have of devotion, it is Radharani's gift to you. So the understanding of the Brajbasis, of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, of Mahaprabhu, like you take Raghunath Das, he is considered to be the guru of love of God. You know, we have the guru of Sambandha Gyan, relationship, that's Sanatana Goswami. We have the guru of Abhideya, which is the process, that's Rupa Goswami, Mahaprabhu's disciple. And then we have Prayojana guru, love of God. We consider that Raghunath Das is the guru of that. And what is Raghunath Das's mood and mentality? Radha Dasyam. He is the servant of Radharani. How do they think like this? This is very fine, sweet, high thinking. And for us it's theoretical. But Srimati Radharani can please Krishna. Therefore, I who have no capacity to please Krishna, if I can assist Radharani in any way, in any shape, in any form, if I can be the servant of Srimati Radharani Dasa Anudasa, many times removed, if I can be the servant of a Saki or a Manjari who is far removed from Radharani, to assist in the Leela of Radha Krishna, that is the highest form of love of God I can achieve. Now, you'll see pictures, you'll see Radha and Krishna together and the other principal gopis are around doing things for their pleasure. You understand? So, what is taking place in the spiritual world? There is layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of ecstatic love of God. It's been described that you make rock candy out of sugar water. You boil it and you boil it and you boil it. And when it becomes absolutely crystallized in its diamond-like form, that's Radha Krishna. So that you have here Madan Mohan, but you know that Srimati Radharani is Madan Mohan Mohani, the attractor of Cupid. So, because Radharani has that ontological expansion of Krishna in his devotional Hladni Shakti form, her place is there throughout all of Vrindavan. In other words, all of Vrindavan Leela, it has been said, is based on this relationship between Radha Krishna and paramourship. All of the different devotees, even Nanda and Yashoda, they are serving Radha Krishna. You see? They are serving that Radha Krishna Leela. Why are they doing that? Because it's not in their pocket. They're giving it back to Krishna. And Krishna's greatest ecstatic pleasure is relationship with Radharani. And for that, Radha Krishna has the highest platform of devotion in our tradition. And so, for example, when Mirabai was worshipping Krishna, there was no talk of Radharani. There's me, Mirabai, and Krishna. You see, that's not considered in our tradition to be pakka. You see? Not considered pakka. There's even a temple in Vrindavan, a Mirabai temple. But Radha Krishna is the standard that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given to us. And for that reason, he's given us the highest, and we are in the Kali Yuga the lowest. How fortunate.
This thought came to my mind because, if I am correct, so when this pastime happened, Srimati Radharani might not have even been born.
Oh, I think Radharani was there.
Was there? So correct me if I'm wrong, yeah.
But remember, and we were talking a little bit about this morning, Kuranath and I and a few of us, we were here. We were talking about the style of Krishna and the style of the devotees. And what we were talking about, this is very interesting to think about. Because you know that in the Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition, we believe that the spirit of love and separation is even greater than the spirit of love and union. Okay? So, for example, like if you loved somebody and they were in the next room and you were separated from them for 1 billion years and you really love them and you miss them, you would run into that room, right? Not in Goloka Vrindavan. In Goloka Vrindavan, you have to be called. So when Krishna plays his flute and calls the gopis, then they go. Otherwise, they're situated in their activity, maybe devotional activity, but inside their mind, always thinking of Krishna, always thinking deeply in love of Krishna. Mother Yashoda also, we were talking about this. Mother Yashoda would leave Krishna to go take care of the milk, to make some butter or yogurt for Krishna so that Krishna would not get in trouble by going around stealing yogurt and getting in trouble all over Vrindavan, making a nuisance of himself. How could Mother Yashoda leave Krishna, who is the vortex of all ecstasy and love? How could she leave him to do that? This is Leela. This is the style. You learn something by seeing these things in different ways. You can appreciate the style of the mature Krishna conscious liberated souls. You see? It's something to think about. You cannot digest it. It is indigestible. But you hear it and it will make some impression upon you. And Krishna is the same way. Krishna has style. Look how Krishna, you're talking about Indra and this, look how Krishna arranges this Leela so he can lift Govardhan Hill with his finger and amaze all of us eternally with his nature and his character and his protective nature. And look how Krishna, when he's dancing with the gopis, he can expand himself. His nature is like that. And how when Brahma will steal the cowherd boys and the cows, he will immediately expand himself. How amazing and how charming that is. That's Krishna's style. Because Krishna is the supreme person. It's amazing. And what we want in our life is really, we want beauty, we want charm, we want love. You see? We really don't need wealth, honestly. Wealth will go through our fingers with this life and at the time of death. It will go right through our fingers. What we really need, what we really desire, what the soul desires, is beauty and love and charm. It's Krishna consciousness. Yeah.
I was reading in Srimad Bhagavatam a purport. I think I was reading this morning in the chapter 12 of the first canto, and Srila Prabhupada was saying, just on that point that you were saying, he was saying that, we're hungry in this conditioned life. We're hungry. We want something, but we just can't get satisfied, and we're looking for, through eating and sleeping and mating and defending, we're looking to satisfy that hunger, but it won't really satisfy us. In fact, he's saying we can see that we're a servant in this way, that we can be satisfied in only two ways. One is in sense gratification, but it's not successful, and the other is in devotional service, and that's completely satisfying. But he said what we're really hungry for is that spiritual atmosphere that we can only get in association with Krishna through devotional service, and that's the real hunger of the soul, and that will really satisfy us. And that we can eat and sleep and mate and defend in association with Krishna.
Yeah, and again, put on the eyeglasses. I mean, look at life, step back. Look at life and understand it. Even if you take pop culture, you see people, they're very beautiful. Their beauty will fade, of course, with time. And they're not happy. They're very wealthy, and they're not fulfilled. You understand? You simply have to study life to understand it. You know, Krishna teaches everything to us in the Bhagavad Gita, and we just have to look through that and see it and understand it. And then we have to make the right choices. What kind of a soul do you want to be? What kind of an offering do you want to be to Krishna? You make those choices in your life. Because I tell you, I mean, I'm no different than you, and you're no different than me or anybody else. Every moment we are faced with choices. Yoga is the practice of making choices. And ultimately, it is Krishna consciousness. If you make the right choices, and, you know, it's not that it's easy. You know, it's like wobbly, isn't it? A little bit? But you bring it back to the center. The mind is running. Now, will you chase your mind, or do you bring it back to Krishna? And of course, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has made it so easy for us, just by meditating on the holy names. If you have that higher taste, you see, for sense control, if you have that higher taste to take shelter of Krishna, gradually, the disease, the fire of sense gratification will slowly go out. And then it will go out and you'll say, oh, where is it? Where is it? It's gone. You see, now you have to be careful not to let it rise up again. Because when it does, as they say in the Quran, you're the loser. Remember that. Because the choice is always yours. You see? Anyone else have any offerings, questions? Yes.
To what you're saying about observing and in nature, that it doesn't take a genius, in fact, to figure out that, like, love seems to be the highest biological state.
Yeah.
Or where I'm connecting to, like what you're saying is that don't be the loser, and I'm thinking a lot about health. So in connecting it is that sense gratification and overeating, overindulging, sex, all these things lead to disease, even.
I know,
illness.
look at this. Well, no, but what you say is true, Prabhu. And the reality is that even apart from the material disease, what we're talking about is something much finer than material. We're talking about spiritual disease. And we're talking about hrid rogyam. Hrid rogyam means heart disease. And we're not talking about clogged arteries. Sure. We're talking about the heart of the soul. You see? So when we talk about disease, I mean, you're talking about material disease. We're all going to die from this body. But it's the heart disease that we have to address in this lifetime. And that heart disease is, I want to be the center. Not Krishna. I want to be the enjoyer. Not Krishna. I want to be the proprietor. Not Krishna. So this is the disease.
So
we have come to this material world to play God. Huh?
What's the loss? I mean, what's the, like in my mind, what's the practical loss?
It's called false ego. So if you, it's almost like there's a universe around every person. And it's a universe of illusion. It's Maya. You know, we Jiva souls have misidentified with this material energy, and the most fine, subtle energy of Hare Krishna, of this material misfortune is false ego, ahankara. And literally, aham means I, and kara means doer. So the first thing is we think, I am the doer. We think we're doing something here. Now, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna describes for us what is the field, the kshetra, and what is the kshetrajna, the knower of the field. So what is really taking place, philosophically, what is really taking place is that light is entering your senses of sight, and there's form, the Sankhya philosophy. Sound is entering your ear, and there's sound. Touch is entering through the sense of feel, and you go on like this through the different senses. Smell, fragrance, taste. What's really happening is that we are interacting with this field, which is the physical body and senses that we currently inhabit. When I see you, actually what I see is technically, scientists will tell you, an upside down image on the back of my retina, which goes to my brain and creates some type of an electrical picture of what's going on out here. Freaky, isn't it? That's kshetra. But the knower of the field is the soul. So what you're really dealing with, if you want to get away from mass illusion, you understand? Mass illusion is you're dealing with this conditioned state that each of us has. Now, how you will deal with that analytically, you see, is one thing. Now, the Mayavadis, listen to what I'm about to say, they say this is false, and therefore they reject the world. The Vaishnavas have a different philosophy. The Vaishnavas say this is Krishna's energy. Okay? Ishyavasyam idam sarvam. This is Krishna's energy. It belongs to Krishna. And the business of the jiva soul is not exploitation, but dedication. Okay? Exploitation, dedication. Two ends of the spectrum. The jiva soul, through dedication and through knowledge, accepts that this material world, the senses, all of the environment, it belongs to Krishna, and dedicates it to Krishna's service. Now, Rupa Goswami, he analyzes that. Okay? And he says that what is favorable for the discharge of devotional service is acceptable. What is unfavorable for the discharge of devotional service is rejected. You see? There is no other value here. Neither gold or dirt have any value. It is, if it can be employed for the service of Krishna, it can be utilized. That's devotional service. It's part of bhakti. Because we're using this body and senses, we're using the tongue to chant the holy name, the ears to hear the holy name, the eyes to see the form of the deity, the body to do some seva, the head to bow down before Krishna and the devotees. We're using it. This is bhakti yoga. You see? Understand these things clearly, and you will be very benefited. And that's why we have the association. Because as soon as an hour or two goes by and we're out of here, we're thinking about something else. Unless we take this with us. You see? And it's hard. You need the association of devotees to remember and to protect you from illusion. And we hope that the association of devotees is a good association of devotees. Then we'll be blessed, you see? So even from the material standpoint, yeah, you can be healthy and this and that and that and this and this and that. That's not the point, though.
No.
Like, Prabhupada would say, well, you can be a vegetarian. That's not the point. The point is you can offer something to Krishna. That's the point. Then Krishna will take it and be pleased, and you can take his prasadam. So not the point to be healthy, really, because, that's nice, but it's going to pass anyway. It's the eternal plane. Yes. Oh, how are you?
Good. Thank you very much, Prabhu. So we can take just one last question, and after that we'll have Aarti for Giriraj and the deities simultaneously.
Sir.
So, Prabhuji, if you can also describe what is the importance of parikrama in the Govardhan puja. So, what is the benefit one gets and why a parikrama has to be done to circumambulate the Govardhan hill? That would be great.
I don't know that I have a good answer for that, to be honest with you. But you walk around the deity. If you had a building, with a temple house, and you could do parikrama, in a sense, what you're doing is you're saying Krishna is the center, like that. You're cementing. Thank you. You're cementing that Krishna is the center through your activity. You understand what I'm saying? Like, why would Sanatan Goswami, certainly a liberated, supremely intelligent and thoughtful devotee, why would he bother to do parikrama around Govardhan Hill? Because Krishna is the center of his life. And in Vrindavan, Giriraj, Govardhan, is God. Because they think of Krishna as their Baba, their friend, or child, or what have you. I mean, not in an illusory way, but this is the way, the Brajbasis think of Krishna. And so you cement that relationship with God, who they're worshiping as God, by making him the center, like that. And that's the best answer I could give you. It's a devotional activity. Use of the body in devotional service, like that. Do you have any other thought?
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't know. That came to me. I don't know if that's the right answer, but I think it's probably okay.
Hare Krishna. So let us all thank His Grace PushtaKrishna Prabhu for the wonderful lecture.
Yay! All glories to the devotees!
So every year we actually have PushtaKrishna Prabhu come here for the special lecture on Govardhan Puja Day.
Invite me one or two more times.
Okay, all right.
I have some seva then.
I'll leave
some
that.
Seva, I spend too much time in the operating room, honestly.
Okay, we also like to thank all of you for being here today. It's been a busy weekend. Yesterday we also had Diwali celebrations, and many of you stayed late in the night. But thank you for coming again on Sunday morning. So very soon we'll have Aarti for Giriraj and our deities, and after the Aarti we'll have the parikrama. So the parikrama is not yet, but it will come soon at around 12 o'clock. I would like to now ask Hansapriya Mataji to give a few more details about what's going on, about the activities at our center, and please.
Thank you, Vrindavan Prabhu. So, Giriraj Maharaj ki
Jai.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it? It's the wonderful festival of Govardhan Puja celebration. We're very happy. We have a Shaligram Srila visiting here with all of you wonderful devotees. So it can't be any better day than this. We would like to see what we did last 2 days. So yesterday we celebrated a Diwali festival. It was our first experience at ISV. We haven't done the celebration of Diwali before because we had a very limited space. And now we wanted to open up our center for the Bay Area community. As now, by Krishna's mercy, we have a beautiful home where we can invite lots more devotees to come forward and join and be part of all the celebration. We would like to take a minute to acknowledge the devotees. We didn't get the turnout as we would like to yesterday. However, devotees really went out of the way and be prepared for welcoming 1,000 devotees. And it takes tremendous amount of energy and time that devotee takes. And I would like to acknowledge a couple of the devotees. If is Hiral around here? Okay, where she is? Can she get? Okay. So you see this beautiful decoration that's done by her effort and Bhavani. So Hiral and Bhavani, they're the mastermind behind this beautiful decoration. Not just that, we had also prepared 100 plates, handmade. They put all the jewels, designed it, and they put it on the plates and to offer it to the Lordship. That's called devotion and love. So we really thank you for your tremendous service and wonderful devotional attitude. Hare Krishna, Hiral. Hare Krishna, Bhavani. Do we have Padma Mataji here? Oh, bummer. We don't have her. She is also one wonderful devotee. She, Neelam, Urmi, and they really cooked up. If you missed it yesterday, they made the best chaat, pani puri, and all the stuff, papri chaat and everything, the kamandoklas. So they made for thousands of people, and there is plenty of the leftover. So you can hang around for the evening feast. Don't be shy. You can get as much as you want. And so we want to acknowledge Padma, who has been working also starting from 2 weeks with the help of Suprita and Urmi and Neelam. So if you see them, please stop by and say hello to them. It means a lot to them. So please reach out to them.
We need our samosa too, Jack. Can you ask for an announcement for the women? We need to ask the women that we're helping to make samosas to come back.
Our heart really goes to them because they're mother of 2 kids, or they're working full time, or they have in-laws at home, but they dedicate every moment thinking about Krishna, what they can offer. As the moment they get that they have this service, they just start thinking. They're sending me YouTubes to look into, how about this, how about that? Oh, do you know what about this recipe? What do you think this? So I learn from them. So I really encourage all of you to know these jewels of ISV. There are so many more, and reach out and please reach out and recognize their qualities and creativity and encourage them to be more dedicated. Hare Krishna. So thank you for all the girls who came forward and helped us out yesterday. And
Samosa crew.
And right now we have a wonderful feast coming up. Lordship is honoring Giriraj Maharaj, and Lordship are offering a wonderful feast. And they are making over 300 samosas, and you know how much time goes in making samosas. But there is nothing better than homemade samosas fried in deep ghee. Right? Okay. That means we need 4 to 6 volunteers to go in the kitchen and help us out to roll the samosas so you can have the wonderful samosas in your plate.
You know,
there we go.
I'm sitting here and I'm remembering the old temple room. It can't be. It's not as wide as this over to that wall,
right?
And it's not as far from the back wall to that room. And I'm thinking all these people compressed into that room.
Yep.
I'm thinking, oh my God. So how nice it is to have a bigger space. And then someday in the future, even a bigger space.
Yes.
You know?
We can have probably PushtaKrishna Prabhu, operate 4 or 5 surgeries a year just and donating towards the temple.
You got it.
Actually, I'm so grateful to PushtaKrishna Prabhu. I'm standing here today because of him. He did my operation when I got hit by a car. And it's all credit to him that he made me walk into it.
And I never accepted her copay.
That's right.
We would also like to thank
Maybe I should donate that so you can help me to donate 5 surgery. Okay. We're very happy you're here, Prabhu.
Listen, all of you, today is a beautiful, beautiful day. And please, those who are parents and have children, try to, as I know this is an extraordinary community, but try to get them involved in Krishna consciousness at an early age. Because you'll see it's very difficult when they get older and, all the different choices they have in life and this and that. You'll see as they become frustrated, just like all of us have been frustrated in life by different experiences, they will come back to Krishna if they have the seed sown. So feel that, that great service responsibility. As a parent, if you can do that, you've done a great service. You've done a great service for Krishna and for Prabhupada. So try to do that, and the tree expands and expands and expands like that. So educate your children and bring them and show them that this is not a dry religious thing. This is reality.
Thank you, PushtaKrishna. So, couple more quick things. We do want to acknowledge today's cook, Bhaktavasal Prabhu and Mother Jagrini. They have dedicated last 3-4 days just thinking about what they're going to be offering to the Lordship. And they're really dreaming that they wanted to offer a grand feast to the devotees and to the Lordship. So please, if you stop by and give them your love and let them know that how we appreciate their wonderful feast that they're preparing. Okay, without taking more time, we would like to also keep in mind that we have already got into the month of marathon. Srila Prabhupada's dear and very close to our Vaisheshika Prabhu's dear mission. So we try to do more books. So today is a wonderful day of Govardhan Puja. And it's, believe it's a new year for many of the Indians too, right? Or it's just certain part of the India. I don't know if we're all, but it's a new year. It's a new year resolution you can make that I will do probably in a week 10 Gitas or maybe 50 Gitas, up to whatever your capacity is. So take whatever Gitas you can today. We will set up a table outside. It's a wonderful day to give it to your friends, give it to your barber, give it to your neighbor, give it to whoever you bump into, keep the books with you. So I will have Malini give us a very quick update before we head into our next program, which is at 12 o'clock. We're going to have the Aarti. So if Malini Devi Dasi, if you could please give us a little brief.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Hansapriya. You may have seen the poster on the wall to your left. This is our December marathon poster that was designed by Nitai Kripa Prabhu. And it shows that we have a goal. It shows the goals, and the MSF title says Miracle on Latham Street. And everybody remembers the address we are in, right? Everybody comes here. It's 1965 Latham Street, and this is the first year we moved to this temple. We wanted to keep the theme around the new temple. So Vaisheshika Prabhu decided the goal, as you all know, it is we have to distribute at least 19,065 Bhagavad Gitas. So I wanted to update you what happened so far. We are just over 1 month in the marathon. Hare Krishna. So, in 1 month, I just wanted to report that we're making good progress. We distributed so far 7,500 Bhagavad Gitas. And we are supposed to make 11,500 more Bhagavad Gitas to actually meet our target. And the target is to reach by end of December. Our offering is on January 4th. We'll offer the results of this marathon to Srila Prabhupada and to the deities. So today is the most auspicious day, as Prabhu was mentioning, PushtaKrishna Prabhu. And many devotees actually want to distribute Bhagavad Gitas. So if you want, you can take a case of Bhagavad Gitas and go and distribute to your neighbors. And if you are not very comfortable with doing that, we can distribute it for you. Yesterday, Shraddha Mataji and Mukharvinda Prabhu, they went to Sunnyvale Hindu Temple and they distributed hundreds of Bhagavad Gitas for Motel Gita. Actually, not only that, they have been actually going every weekend, Saturday and Sunday. because they wanted to do something more. We don't know how much. It's a secret, but we will know at the end of the marathon. So if anybody is inspired, please take a case of Bhagavad Gita or so. And I don't know if anybody knows about the tile wall. We have a Bhagavad Gita tile wall. And we have a mystery picture behind the wall. And we have 800 tiles of Bhagavad Gita. Each tile is $108. And it's equal to one case of Bhagavad Gita. And whoever takes the Bhagavad Gita will help remove one tile. And once all the 800 tiles are gone, then you will see the mystery picture. We don't know. It's a beautiful picture designed by a very fine artist, who is a very famous artist as well. So if anybody is inspired to take a case of Bhagavad Gita, you can just raise your hands. Ooh. Okay, Bir Krishna Prabhu wants one case of Bhagavad Gita. Sudeep Prabhu wants 3 cases of Bhagavad Gita. How many? 5. Okay, 3 tiles of Bhagavad Gita for Sudeep Prabhu, 1 for B. Krishna Prabhu. Lakshmi for... Okay, each tile of Bhagavad Gita is $108 only. So if anybody else wants to sponsor a tile, you can sponsor now. Oh, Kanka Mataji wants to sponsor 1 tile. Hari Bol! So Hansapriya is saying Kanka Mataji sponsors in every call that goes on. Thank you, Mataji. Oh,
Banu Prabhu.
Balram Chandra Prabhu. How many tiles, Prabhu? 1 tile for Balram Chandra Prabhu. Hari Bol. Okay.
Thank you, Mali.
If you want to sponsor a tile later, we will be outside, so you can give the tiles. And also, for those who have already sponsored Bhagavad Gita so far, we will be outside if you want to make the payments today. Because we wanted to pay to BBT as soon as possible so that we can get the books to our center as well. So myself, Purushottam Prabhu and Gandharvika Mataji will be outside. We accept check, cash or credit card payments. So whichever.
Or gold coins.
Okay, or give your gold, whatever you have. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Malini Devidasi. I'll be very quick. 3 more quick announcements. You saw the deities look so beautiful today. That's the effort of Ananda Devidasi, Ananda Brindavan Devidasi, and Kameshwari Devidasi. They've been working here since 2 a.m. Today's daylight savings, but not for the pujaris. Pujaris' daylight savings starts after 7:30 a.m. So they've been here. So if you see them, please thank them for the beautiful dressings today. Now, in order for us to come up with the feast that we had all yesterday and today, it takes a lot of 2 things actually, 2 important things. One, a lot of devotees to come forward and helping us out, a lot of volunteers, as well as a lot of Lakshmi. It costs a lot of Lakshmi to prepare this feast. So we have a lot of beautiful Giriraj that's been made, and Mother Jagrini and Bhaktivasa Prabhu cooking some very sumptuous feast. And we actually would like to request if devotees would like to sponsor on this beautiful occasion of Giriraj Govardhan Puja. We'd love to get some donation. However, we have one person who has so far come forward and sponsored the feast. And that is the Bhagavati Devi Dasi. So thank you, Bhagavati Devi Dasi Mahataji. So it takes us around $2,000 to put this feast together, and we would love to get your contribution. If anyone interested, please, raise your hand or help us. Check with us, me, Vrindavan Priya Prabhu, or Damodar Prabhu here. It really helps us. We like to cook something very, special in ghee and everything. So it really takes a good amount of donation to prepare the feast. And without delay, we would like to ask devotees to come after the feast and help us out for like half an hour to an hour. Little help goes a long way. We have a lot of cleaning to do, and inside, outside, we can use your help. And you can that's a really great way to bond with other devotees. Most of us are here because of the philosophy that Prabhupada's teaching has given us. At the same time, the love that we have got from Srila Prabhupada, then we can get and share during doing those service. So that's a wonderful devotional service to just stay back a little bit, help us out, help devotees do the services and get to know them. So without delay, we will go ahead and open up darshan in about 12 o'clock. So we will start the kirtan. So kirtan is going to be led by Vrindavan Priya Prabhu, Priya Kishori, and Partha Sarthi Prabhu. And we will have wonderful kirtans. And after that kirtan, after the arati is over, you can do the Giriraj Maharaj's parikrama. We request the kids to stay a little bit distant from the table so you don't bump into the table. It's strong enough. It won't fall off. So, but just be careful. So I think with that, we're going to be... Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Mataji. So, as the tradition goes, there's $1 million wall behind, and today's speaker, His Grace PushtaKrishna Prabhu and family, has come forward and donated one tile in the $1 million wall. Each tile comes for $2,000, and you can sponsor a tile. There are still around close to 275 tiles remaining. So in case you are inspired, today is a very auspicious day, as Mataji said. Please come forward, pledge a tile, as well as help us by talking it to your friends and relatives. Thank you so much.
Okay. So we are talking about Padma Mataji, and Padma Mataji has just stepped in. She's a wonderful devotee, has 2 kids and a husband, and she dedicated last couple of days doing the feast. So thank you very much, Padma Mataji. We have wonderful jewel as a Silva Prabhu, Suresh Prabhu. They are new devotees, been recently engaged with us at the ISV, and they have really become a great foundation. And devotees like Padma, who has been coming from probably almost now 10 years, but they are they're playing really lead role in helping us out. So please come to know all the devotees at ISV. Today we have enough time. We are going to have a 4 o'clock program as well, 4 to 7 of a regular Sunday feast. So please come forward and, after you're done, stay back and hang out with devotees and attend the evening programs. So with that, thank you very much and thank you for coming. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we'll start the kirtan very soon. In the meantime, all of you can stand up. Yeah. Stand up and stack all the asanas in one corner, and also place the books on the sitting desks behind, and we'll stack all the books in their appropriate places after the arti.
Good. For me? For me. For me. For me. For me. Oh, that's very good.
Hare Krishna. So we'd like to ask devotees to come on to my right, to the right side of of Giriraj, so that you don't face your back to the altar. The altar curtain is also going to open very soon. Hare Krishna.
It's just everybody else has to dance. I can't.
Can we have silence for a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
Hari Bol!
So this day is very special because Lord Krishna, he showed how he reciprocates the love of his devotees by giving them unconditional shelter in all situations. Do you all agree? So it is the day when Lord Krishna, as a mere boy, to protect the devotees from the inundating rains in Vrindavan that Lord Indra ordered, he sent torrential rains in Vrindavan along with fearful thunder and lightning. Do you know how does it sound? Fearful thunder and lightning? Something like this. And then all the devotees in Vrindavan, they were full of anxiety. So Lord Krishna creates these situations to bring out the devotees' anxiety so that they can take more shelter and come to him in even more mood of surrender. So how does Lord Krishna reciprocate? He said that do not worry, my dear devotees, I will protect you. And saying so, he lifted the Govardhan hill.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Not super fast, but like you. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dance! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Loud! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. A little faster. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Ramo, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Come on. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Give you a break. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hori Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jai Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Giri Govardhan ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Oh.
Your name is
Hari Bol. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopi nata madana mohan. Shri Govinda Gopi Nata Madana Mohan. Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan. Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan. Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan. Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan. Cheshigata Bamshi Vata Dvadashakanan. Cheshigata Bamshi Vata Dvadashakanan. Yaha Sabhalila Koila Shri Nandanandan. Yaha Sabhalila Koila Shri Nandanandan. Shri Nanda Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopalgan. Shri Nanda Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopalgan. Shri Damadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsagan. Shri Damadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsagan. Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtida Sundari. वृन्दा सुन्दरी जय पौर्णमासी जय भिरनगारी जय पौर्णमासी जय भिरनगारी जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन माज जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन माज जय जय कृष्ण सखा बटु द्विजराज जय जय कृष्ण सखा बटु द्विजराज जय जय राम घट मोहिनी नंदन जय जय राम घट रोहिणी नंदन जय जय वृंदावन वासियत जान जय जय वृंदावन वासियत जान जय द्विज पत्नी जय नागकन्या गान जय द्विज पत्नी जय नागकन्या